great again. Let's make America great again. Let's make America great again. When was America ever great? When was America ever great, my friend? When was America ever great, my friend? So if we could make America great again, then let's be together, my friend. Let's make America great again. Let's make America great, my friend. If we make America great again, then America will win. Yeah, come on in. Push that like button. Come on in. That's my new American Let's Make America Great Again anthem. Now, y'all might not like the lyrics of the song. They might not be in full rhyming in sync, but it do have fundamental meaning and positivity. How you doing? Push that like button. Come on in. Let you know that the most intellectual of all intellectual black comedians, the most interesting comedian in the game right now is on live. And if you understand what you about to watch, what you about to engage in, if you have any type of intelligence, then you're gonna enjoy watching and engaging with me. This is not for dumb people. This is not for retarded people. This is not for slow people. If you are slow to comprehend, slow to respond, slow to phantom the reality of life, then you're not gonna like what I talk about, how I talk about it, the actual subjects that I talk about. And so before we get started, I would like for everybody to come in, follow the rules, stay positive, leave positive comments. If you engage with me and leave a positive comment, I will acknowledge you and respond to your comments. So before we get started, I'd like for everybody to, you know the rules, come in, push the like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment to acknowledge yourself. And once you acknowledge yourself, then I can give you acknowledgement for being here. Okay, come on in. Push that like button. Show me some love, god damn it. The most craziest nigga on YouTube is live. So here we go. Push that like button, and we about to get this show started. Do y'all know what's going on? It's starting to make sense, huh? Doge is starting to make sense. Why wouldn't the American people want to know how our money is being spent? What our money is being spent on? Who's receiving our money? What they receiving it for? Why is America in debt? That's a question that America just can't fathom. How we have all these countries coming in from other countries, building these billion-dollar, million-dollar factories inside of our country, selling produce and products to our country, but we are in debt with their countries. I don't understand this. Let it all make sense. But Doge is starting to break it down. Now, the Democrats is going crazy because they did not want Elon Musk to discover what they've been spending our money on, how they've been spending our money for the last 30, 40 years. Remember, we only had two Republican presidents in the last 20 years. So 3 out of the 5 presidents that we done had in the last 20 years has been Democrat. And the Democrats has been putting all these little programs in position where they can invest American money into it and get a kickback. They getting kickbacks from this shit. Like, come on, let's push this like button. Let me see if y'all understand. Are y'all smart enough to decipher what's really going on right now? And I'm finna start acknowledging the people. And I really recognize the people who's been following me for a long time first. And I acknowledge the newer people who's starting to come in and, you know, get on the wave. Like, this is a wave. A new wave is trending. It's a new something that's about to happen. Push that like button. Show me some love. If I got 5 people, I should have 5 likes. You should not come into a person's house without acknowledging yourself. Just tell me something. How would you feel if you were sitting in your living room with your front door wide open? Now your door is open because you welcome anybody to come in and start something. Like, anybody can come into this house and start something. You can start a conversation. You can start some bullshit. You can be on some. No matter what you do, I open up my door to let you in to start something. All right, now let me acknowledge the people that's in here, because I am I'm not multitaskable, but I try to be a multitaskable person. Old West rules would help a lot. Okay. Hola. Yes, let's get it started. All right. Hello, love. How y'all doing? Let's talk. Okay. All right, so I'm going to acknowledge the people that's in the feed. Even though I don't really know who y'all are, I'm going to give you acknowledgement for acknowledging yourself. David Webb, thanks for coming in. The Old West rules would help a lot. The old Wild Wild West rules, yes, it would. Because that's when man respected man for the business that they mouth, the contract that they mouth written. Like, that's when your mouth write a check that your ass gonna have to cash. The old school West Coast rules should apply. But we ain't living in the Western days no more. We gotta be more intelligent. Like, we just discovered that in order for a federal employee to retire, that they have to send their retirement papers through a tunnel, and it's funneled down, and it takes months before they paperwork can reach the bottom of the tunnel in order to retire. The fuck? It's 2025 and you telling me that America still got a system that they using written paperwork, a paper written system to allow a federal government employee to retire? Let me ask you something. Do you know what's really going on? Are you smart enough to decipher the bullshit that they done put before our eyes? They done exposed us. See, Donald Trump got smart. Let me tell you what he did. He said, you know what? I am so tired of these motherfuckers auditing me. Every time I try to do something, they want to investigate and audit me. How about I audit America? And this shit is the smartest thing that any other president could ever come up with to expose the corruption of our U.S. government. Man, Donald Trump finna make so many motherfuckers retire. I'm looking for Hillary Clinton to retire. I'm looking for what's his name? David Sheffield. I'm looking for all these old ass Nancy Pelosi finna retire. She's just gonna walk away. You know what? I just said I'm tired with politics. I'm gonna take my last elder years and retire and travel the world a little bit. I'm gonna leave politics alone. Like, that's who need to retire. Like Maxine Walters. Like, we finna get rid of her. Like, see, niggas like that's been a part of the system, agreeing to the system, saying that, oh, it's okay, the system gonna be better. They expose the truth and then turn around and come up with a justifiable excuse to accept the truth and keep going and say, for democracy, we ain't gonna go back there and make an issue out of that. No. Push that like button. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that means you're not an intellect. That means you're not that smart to understand the levels of government, how government operate, the way they operate, who they pay out our tax-paying dollars to. Like, this is the type of things that I'm talking about right now. And if you ain't intellectually smart enough to understand the content of the conversation, then I feel so sorry for you. Because, you know, people don't think that what they doing will affect you, but it really will. And I'm gonna break it down to you in a minute, how their decisions is affecting the American citizens that is living in our society. Like, if you don't understand, then you're not an American citizen that's trying to participate and live in our society. Like, you think you can just make up your own rules and live your life the way you want to. You can live illegally. There is no wrong way to live right. There is no right way to live wrong. Like, and the way our system is designed and built, for us, black people, for people that really want to stay out here and keep their freedom and live the best days of their life while they still can, like, that's what I do. That's the way I am. You know, I'm a real black man of the struggle. And no matter what I do to live and survive, I still have to live and survive around their rules. Like, and no, you know, that's just the way life goes. Do anybody understand what I'm talking about? Let me see who else done came in here by now. All right. Dave Webb, how you doing, brother? Patricia McConaughey, how you doing? Thomasita, man, girl, you was named after your daddy for real. Thomasita, your daddy must be black and your mama was Mexican. I can look at your name. And your name is Hackett, so I know that's an American, Mexican, black, slave, no, not a black slave name, but Thomasita, you named straight after your daddy. I bet you got your daddy features like a motherfucker. Please don't look like your daddy. Please don't have the Dwight Howard shoulders with titties. Like, please don't be looking like. You know, I got questions, and I just have a question, and I wonder if you intellect like me, have you ever asked these questions? Is Michelle Obama a transgender? That's a question, and I'm not asking for myself, I'm asking for other people, because people want to know. Is Michelle Obama a transgender? Is Serena Williams, is she a tranny too? I heard that they both was trannies. And if they have that, that means America have been bamboozled. Like, goddamn. Like, but though they do have their daddy features. Like, both of them got shoulders like the Dwight Howards and muscles. Like, they shoulder muscles is bigger than mine. I'm like, God damn, bitch, you got shoulder pads on. Am I the only one? Oh, I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying that they are. I don't know. But if I believed that they was, I would say it. Like, I believe in my heart that both of them bitches is transgenders. Like, but I don't believe it. I'm like Ripley, believe it or not. Like, I'm trying to figure this shit out. Like, I don't want to say they are, and I don't want to say they ain't, because I might make a mistake. You know what I mean? I heard those stories too. All right, so if we heard those stories, is there anybody that we can hire to investigate for us? Like, just to tell us, like, I want to know. Them, like, that's some of the truth that I want to find out. Because if Michelle Obama is a tranny, and what's the name of the lady in France? They say the first lady in France, Macron, she's a man. She was born a man. Like, that's what they say. I'm not saying that it's true because I don't know. I don't believe it. But I want to believe that those were women, because I've been always told that they were women. And in my mind, when I look at them, I thought I saw a woman. But hell, but looks are deceiving in 2025. If anybody are with me, and anybody agree with me, or if anybody ever had that, wanted to ask that question, can we ask that question without being ridiculed or judged or being said that, oh, he said tranny. He said Michelle Obama was a tranny. I heard Michelle was a tranny. I heard Barack Obama smoked crack and got his dick sucked before he got elected as president. I heard. Now, I don't know if these stories are true, but I want answers. I really want answers to the questions that's in my mind. Like, have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard that? So we gonna move on from the questions. just to know that I'm not the only one that want answers to these questions, because I heard of this shit. And I'm like, if I heard of it, I just want answers so I can leave it, so the thoughts will leave my mind alone. Like, you know what I mean? Okay, come on in and push that like button. My name is Mr. Snagapuss. I tell everybody my name is Mr. Snagapuss. That's MrSnaggapuss, and that is a real live character. Like, when you look me up online, you have to type it in specifically, directly. Like, you can't skip a letter, leave a letter out, or they will direct you into a cartoon character, Mr. Snagglepuss. Like, Snaggle and Snagapuss. Like, snatch a bitch is two different names. Like, I be trying to tell niggas, like, but they disrespect me and say, oh, your name is Snagglepuss. Like, no, bitch, my name ain't Snagapuss. Snagglepuss. It's Snag-a-puss. And when you say it fast all together, you get it. Snagapuss. Like, Snagapuss, bitch. Say it 3 times and I appear like goddamn Candyman. How you doing? Testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 4, 5. Testing, testing, 6, 7. Did I say the same number twice? That was a riddle. I just wanted to see if anybody catch that. I'm an intellect, and I like to play with people's minds. I like to test people to see if they smart as they say they are. And if you as smart as you say you are, then you'll catch on to a lot of the subliminal messages that I put in my videos. Like, I talk about a lot. And my videos is like the Bible. Even though you might see and read a bunch of words, it's a lot of in-between subliminals that I throw in to make motherfuckers be like, I make people use their brain. Like, I like for people to use their brain. I never talk about the same subject, like, directly in a verbal sense, but I like for people to use their brain. You might hear something, you might hear me say something that'll make you use your brain, do your own investigative research. And once you do your investigative research, you'll realize that I was exposing you to some truth. And you'll be like, wow, this guy needs to be really recognized. We need to move this nigga up to the next level. He's what everybody say these other people are, but they not that. You know why they not that? Because you don't see it in their actions. Actions speak louder than words. Now, I'm a celebrity because I've been doing stand-up comedy, a real stand-up. I'm a real stand-up comedian. I've been doing this for over 15 years, 20 years. I got a resume of stand-up comedy for the last 15, 20 years. Online, social media, YouTube. Like, you know how many videos I done posted to YouTube in the last, like, since 2009. I'm one of the original YouTubers. When YouTube first came out, I was on it. Even though it didn't work for me, I've been on it. And I've been on here for about 2009 to 2025, about 15 years. And I just got 10,000 subscribers. So that means I only got 1,000 subscribers for about each year that I've been on YouTube. Not even that many. It's like the can. You hear me now, you in, and you out. I don't understand what you mean by that. See, I'm a real nigga. I got 2 blunts already ready, so y'all know I'm 420 friendly. And if y'all not 420 friendly, we might not get along. Like, you can't be my friend and not smoke, like, really smoke. Like, because I'm Rastafarian. And in order for us to connect spiritually, friendly, emotionally, connectively, we got to have something in common, bitch. Like, we got to have something in common. I tell women all the time, you not my type. They be like, what you mean you not my type? First, bitch, you don't smoke weed. That's first of all. So we really ain't got basically nothing in common. Like shit. You crash out on YouTube like 4 times. You say I crashed out? You think I crashed out? That was your perception of my video at that time, huh? Oh, he crashing out. No, man. You know, I done crashed out. I done cried out. I done screamed out. I done I'm at the point now I can't even scream no more. I'm mute. Like, I can't even say, help me. I can't even say it no more. Nigga, have you ever been so scared you went mute? Have a motherfucker ever scared the shit out of you so much that you couldn't even scream? Like, that's the way I am in life right now. I can't even say nothing. I can't even, if I try to scream, you won't hear me. I done asked for help. I done tried my hardest to bring people together. I done tried my hardest to, to start a positive movement, and I'm just here right now. But I'm noticing that the formula that I'm cooking up is amazing. Like, my audience is steady growing. Positive people steady jumping in my DM talking about Snag, I want to help you. I'm like, for real? For real? All of a sudden. Like, you know what I mean? You said quiet. You said laugh my ass off. The app itself is crashed. Oh, I thought you were talking about me crashing out. I'm like, yeah. A lot of people thought some of the shit I be flipping out on the camera and shit. But that'd be my mental, that'd just be my mental. You know what I mean? I'm fucked up right now. I got an application, a job application, right here in my face. I don't even know how to figure it out. I don't even know how to sign. I don't even know how to fill it out. I'm just trying to figure out how to start the process. Can anybody tell me how to fill out an application? I need a job. I'll be damn, it'll snow in hell. Everybody in hell will get that one drop of ice water on their tongue. If you ever see me working for anybody, nigga, I ain't never had a job in my life, and I don't think it'll be too late for me to start now. Like work? For who? You got me fucked up. Nigga, I wouldn't give a damn if I just had to stand right there for 8 hours. I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to do it. If you just had me stand guard for 8 hours, that's all I had to do to get paid. Mentally, I wouldn't be able to do it. I've been forced to stand in one spot for so long. Forced. Like, I had no choice. If I moved to the right, they were gonna shoot me. If I moved to the left, if I took one step to the back, they were gonna, so I had to stand in one spot at gunpoint for 17 years. Have you ever stood in one spot at gunpoint for 17 years in your life before? Let me tell you why. This is the way I move now. This is the way I talk now. This is the way I am now. Because I was at gunpoint for 17 years of my life. Oh my God. Oh my God! I just wasted my weed. I had a blunt on this straight. And my hand hit it. The blunt went flying this way, but I had a whole nother blunt broke down on this motherfucker. It's gone. Oh my God. Lord, why you do me like that? Huh. It's in the carpet. I ain't gonna be able to get it out. Oh my God. Well, I'm glad I just put a little on. I'm glad I ain't dumped this whole bag out on it. Oh my God. I just wasted a whole blunt. I don't know. Well, I guess you better hit up the plug. Bitch, I am the plug. But y'all don't know nothing about that shit. I'm a California baby. How you doing? Push the like button. Uh-huh. Talking about hit the plug up. But that's not my business. That's not my business. That's not my business. My business is uniting people. Like making people feel good every day. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Me too. Call, can we get rid of Slick Willie Gavin? Oh, he next. We finna get old Rick Caruso. Rick Caruso will be the California next governor. And y'all didn't even see the move. Y'all didn't see the move when he was making it and how he made it. Rick Caruso ran for the mayor of Los Angeles. And the Democrats, they seen the future and they knew they didn't have not one candidate in Los Angeles that they could use to fight against Rick Caruso. And they did not want a Republican governor, a Republican mayor in Los Angeles during a Democratic president. Like, they didn't want that because Rick would have been already getting rid of the goddamn illegal immigrants and all that bullshit before, So what they did was they asked Karen Bass to retire from Congress and to step down to the lower level of mayor of Los Angeles. Because she was a popular Los Angeles native, they knew with a landslide, if they put her in the race and manipulate the system, that they can get her to beat Rick Caruso, which, naturally, people ain't heard of Karen Bass. She ain't represented the actual state. She been in Congress doing all her shit. She was not a popular candidate by the masses. She was just the best candidate so she can win over the Democratic voters in Los Angeles, like all the black voters and such and such and such and such. So they used Karen Bass to come down and step down. She just imagine. Have you ever questioned that? Why would she leave Congress and step down to a lower level of government? Once you make it up to Congress and the legislative, you don't never have to go back down to state government. Like, no, if you ever notice, once they make it past that letter, they stay up there and they retire in Congress. They retire, but you never question to say, this lady had a position already locked in our U.S. Congress, our government, for the rest of her life. But she stepped down that position and came down to a lower position to govern a whole nother city that's been out of control for years and years. And she still ain't did nothing to make the city better. She was a worse mayor than Mayor Garcetti. But she was a Democratic pick. So at that time, there was a Republican candidate named Rick Caruso. And this dude was a billionaire, a local Los Angeles native. And Rick he's just like Trump. He got black ties, he got white ties, he got Mexican ties. But everybody that Rick deal with is straight businessmen, straight people, like real American people, right? So this man was running Los Angeles mayor ads throughout the whole state of California. And it was crazy because he got more TV play ads in the north of California than he did the southern California. And actually, he knew that was going to happen because the Democratic media was distracting his videos, his footage to be shot in other portions of the state that really had nothing to affect Los Angeles. So Rick let them play it the way they played it and didn't know that he was making his name more, recognizable throughout the state. And the power that leads the masses is not Los Angeles. The power that leads the masses of California is the upper salons of California. You know what I mean? The northern side, San Francisco, Oakland, the Bay. The Bay really runs the whole California, the northern state, the northern side. That's where all the rich, the elite of the elites of Californians live at. Like, people don't understand. They think all the money in Hollywood. Y'all dumb as hell. They got y'all looking down when y'all should be looking up. Like, same way y'all looking to get out of, like, you think to lead the universe. Y'all really believe that in order to go to outer space, we got to fly with a rocket and go through the sky. To leave Earth is through the water. You got to leave. If you ever leave this dimension of our Earth, the only way you can leave is through the ocean. Now, you don't have to take my word on it. You have to do your own research for this shit to get to where my mind is at on this shit. Like, y'all don't understand. Y'all think that the Earth is round. Y'all think we on a ball, a spinning spindle. We just spinning. Man, the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. And I hate to be the bearer of good news, but if you ever notice, that, you know, Russia is closer to California than New York is. But when you leave to go to Russia, you leave east. Why is that? You think you going around when you actually going around. And it's all flat. It's all flat. They ain't doing nothing but taking you on a good scenic route tour where you can see the mountains of the Himalayan mountains. Hey, thank you. I'm going to read some of these comments and see if somebody or some of y'all are in tune with me. Are we on the same frequency right now? Because when I get people on my frequency and I get the right, see, because a long time I started to feel like I was an alien. Like it wasn't more people out here like me somewhere in the world. I know it's a lot of people like me in the world. But when I find these group of people, we all get to, and we started sharing our, we get to sharing our thoughts and our input together, right? It's just so amazing how we can come up with some of the best ideas, some of the best. Am I the only one? See, I had a few negative people in my feed, and when I got to talking about doing something positive, coming together, uniting, and being stronger and a positive force, see, the negative, the demons had to leave. See, I'm a guy. I'm a child of God. I just tell people this all the time, that my realm ain't comfortable for negative, evil, demon-spirited people. Like if you possessed with a demon, if the devil is controlling your life, then you won't be able to dwell in the midst of me, because my power, my spirit is so powerful. My connection with God is so powerful that, it attracts the demons, but the deep demons that don't want to change, like if you get too close to me, your demon will be cast out of you. Like I tell people that, like when you get real close to a child of God, a power of God, we got the power to cast those demons out of you. For real. Like I can touch you and release that demon and send his ass to a goddamn cow, send him to a bee. I can send him to a fly. I can release those demons out of you. Yeah. That's just like when you see people that's strung out on alcohol. That's not that actual person. That's a demon inside of them. That's a spirit demon, a spirit of spirits. Like the legions. Have you ever heard of the legions in the Bible? A bunch of spirits in one. Drink alcohol, and that's exactly what you're doing. You're allowing spirits, a whole bunch of legions in your body. And so once they sit in there and they get to dancing around and they settle, and your ass drunk, them demons get to coming straight out your goddamn mouth. Like, am I the only one? Can you understand it? Do your common sense have it kicked in yet to make you say, oh, that's what it is? Like, common sense is everything. But a lot of people don't have common sense, so that means they have nothing. Don't get mad at me because God didn't bless you with the senses of common sense. Like, that's a blessing. That is a gift from God to have common sense. I thought everybody was born with it. But as I kept, evaluating and observing people over the years, I came to the conclusion, like, damn, God, that's a blessing. Like, what did I do to deserve that blessing from you? Like, I had to ask God for that. To have common sense is a blessing. Like, and you can acknowledge that, you can get a lot further than anybody else in this world that's running off on their own perceptions, just with common sense alone. Like, common sense is what got my finances in order, that what got my business in order, that what helped me create my own business and work for myself in life. Common sense. Like, how many people understand what the word common sense means? Like, to even understand it, that means you got to slow down and receive it. Common sense. Have you ever asked yourself, do I have common sense? You can ask yourself that question, and yourself will answer it. It don't take long before you get a self-answering, a self-revelation out of this shit. Like, and if you don't have it, you can ask God for it. Like, God will bless you. If you ask specifically God for a specific thing, you can ask God for common sense, and the next morning you'll wake up with it. And you'll be like, oh my God. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And once you have common sense and you realize that you've been participating into something that was stupid, that was foolish, that was evil, that wasn't right, Your common sense will naturally make yourself detach from that stupid ass shit that you was doing. And if your conscience ain't, if your common sense don't kick in, like your dumb ass keep doing it, and then let their ass go on and catch up with you and throw your ass away. Your ass deserve that shit. You deserve it, you dumb ass motherfucker. How you doing? Push that like button. I don't feel sorry for stupid ass people. Truth bombs slip in. See, and they don't like me, man. I understand why they don't like me. Because I'm the type of person that God created that if you put me in the midst around people who think they the shit, I will expose that they ain't nothing but a piece of shit. Like, I will show the world that, man, you ain't shit, dog. And that's fucked up, man, because a lot of people believe in you and a lot of people really follow you, and you misleading the masses with a bunch of bullshit because you is bullshit. And and this really stems from love. Like, the way you was loved as a child is the way you gonna love when you get an adult. And a lot of people ain't never had no love. A lot of people from kids, from childbirth, they've been issued hate. They've been issued, negativity all their life. That first of all, they was ugly ass children, so didn't nobody want to pick them up and play with them. But hey, we understand. Like, I was a cute baby. Everybody wanted to hold me. I was like a little baby angel. They like, oh my God, look how pretty his hair. Look at, like, didn't nobody want to let me go when I was a baby. See, that's another thing that people get jealous of when they get older, when they realize when they was a baby, they was ugly as hell and people were dropping their ass, didn't want to be bothered with them. Like, I don't want to hold that ugly motherfucker. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Man, and are you like that? Are you a person that realized that you was an ugly motherfucker? And when you was a kid, didn't nobody want to be bothered with your ugly ass? Just because you was an ugly ass baby, they didn't want to be bothered with your ugly ass. Like, don't be, I understand, man. I really want to embrace people like y'all. Kids like y'all, man. Y'all needed to be loved too, man. Y'all needed that love, man. Y'all needed that love. But motherfucker didn't understand how important to give y'all ugly motherfuckers that type of love. So I'm going to give it to you now. That's what I'm here for, to give you ugly motherfuckers some love and some common sense in your life to make you rethink the way you've been thinking all these years. Because a lot of y'all motherfuckers thinking wrong, man. A lot of y'all thinking too hard about it. Like, and when you think too hard about it, you just common naturally gonna make a mistake. Like, you gonna naturally make a mistake because you're thinking too hard about it. You can't think that hard about it. I realized that in life a long time ago. When you think too hard about something and you try to do it because you were thinking too hard about it, you're gonna fuck it up every time. Every goddamn time. Push that like button if you realize that life is his best teacher. If you want to be taught something in life, just keep living. Because I'm going to tell you something my grandfather told me a long time ago. Bought sense is the best sense. Because once you pay for it, you'll never have to buy it again. Keep living, nigga. Boy, I got some good sayings and quotes that'll make a motherfucker say, God damn, nigga, I ain't never heard that shit before. I know you ain't. Not like that. But it's the way you say it. It's the way you view it. It's the way you perceive it. Like a lot of people say, oh man, you only live once. I'ma live the life to the fullest. I'ma live it up every day. You dumbass nigga. You only die once. We live every day. So yes, we gotta make the best of our life every day. So it is wise to treat yourself, not cheat yourself, because if you cheat yourself, who gonna treat you? Nobody. Show somebody some love, man. Push that like button. I should have at least 20 likes by now. If I got 30 people watching me, I should have at least 20 of them motherfuckers liking me. Like, yes, we do. Okay, thank y'all. I show y'all some love if y'all ever give me some. This is just what we do, If you ain't never watched me before, if you ever, you probably seen me come across the screen. My name is a question mark by itself. And a lot of people don't want to watch me just because of my name. I will watch a nigga named Snagapuss. What the fuck? Who the fuck will call themselves Snagapuss? Nigga, I've been calling myself Snagapuss for 20 years, nigga. I had to make this name a reality. The same way I'm trying to create my homeless shelter and breathe life and bring it into existence, I had to breathe life into this name, Mr. Snagapuss, that I wrote down on a piece of paper one day. And I said, this is what I'm going to be called. This is what the world is going to call me by. This is what the world is going to know me by. But it's a negative positive. It sounds negative, but it's all positive. And I'm prove to the world. I'm gonna make them convert that name to a positive understanding. Why? Because I'll be the only black celebrity comedian that took his first proceeds, the first money that he ever made in doing entertainment, and build a homeless shelter with it. Before I move forward with life, the first thing I want is a facility that's a homeless shelter that can house, take care of homeless people. I'm a businessman, man, and I really feel like, you can take your money and you can invest it into something and you can make a lot of money out of it. I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism. I've been capitalizing off the system all my life. I'm a capitalist. I sold everything from goddamn deer meat to goddamn, I do it all. I don't give a damn. I got a set of tires right outside my truck right now for sale. Like, I ain't playing. I'm a capitalist, dog. And if you understand anything about capitalism, if you ever studied capitalism, you should want to be a capitalist too. Why be the buyer when you can be the seller? Shit. If I'm the seller, I can eat one of those for free and get a taste of the product, sell you the rest, make a profit. And if I like it, I give me another one when I reorder my stock, when I restock. Like, it don't matter. Like, I ain't never been a buyer. I always been a seller. My grandfather taught me that. Like, why buy one when you see everybody else coming to buy? When I get to the line, I'm gonna ask them, how can I buy 10 of these at a wholesale price? You don't have to give me a 50% wholesale price, but just give me a wholesale price. If you sell it to me for $2 less than what you selling it to them, I'll buy 10 at a time. Man, fuck that, I'll buy 20. Just give me a little open window to make a profit. And I'll turn around and get that same item, and they only gave me a $2 discount. And I turn around and sell my items for $18. Oh, don't get mad at me because I can sell your product that you selling for 10, that you turned around and sold me at a wholesale for 8, and I turned around and doubled my profit and sold for 16. Don't worry about it. Don't ask how I do it. This is what I do. It's capitalism. You sold it to me at a wholesale price, and I found an aftermarket that would pay more for it. After y'all close, that's when I open up and I sell mine at a more price. Like, you got a problem with it? I'm a hustler. I don't give a damn. I just think of ways, ingenious ways to make it work for me and mine and everybody else in time. Like, y'all seen me, I used to be on Storage Wars. I used to have a thrift store. Well, a thrift swap meet. That's what I used to do. I used to swap meet all my shit out. I had a yard sale. I do it in my front yard, and I had 2 swap meets. I paid $40 for a booth. I get there at 5 o'clock in the morning, put all my shit up, put my tent up, put all my shit out there, and I would go to the local storages, and I bid on people's shit that couldn't afford to pay their storage unit, they rent fees every month, and every month I was getting inventory. And the shit that I knew that had value, that I knew that was gonna sell, that shit didn't sell. It was the shit that I didn't look at that had value, that other people looked at that had a value in it, and they bought that shit. And I'm like, so you want that? You don't want this? For real? Okay, give me 50 cents. And I could have price gouged on all that shit, but I'm the type of person, if I paid $1 for it, you give me $2 and I'm satisfied. And if I say $2 and that sound like a deal to you, then go on and pay for it. You know what I mean? I ain't a greedy person. Sometimes I don't even give a fuck about the whole dollar. As long as I make a flip. Like, I can buy it for $1 and sell it for 150. 50 cents was more than what I had. And see, especially if I look at it like this. Now, I pay $1, I sell them for 150, but I got 100 of them. I'd rather just, I'm going to make that 50-cent profit and be happy. How you doing? Push that like button. Capitalism. You need to put that blunt down. Okay, I'm finna to right now. I'm finna put it down. Put it down my lungs. Oh my God. When I wasted that weed while ago, well, that medical marijuana that I had on my plate, it was actually just another proper dosage of my medicine that I had already, prepared to the side for me to indulge on my medicine. This is medication. I got a doctor's prescription to consume this. So, for me, it's legal. Now, for y'all, for the other people, half of the other people that don't have a doctor written prescription recommendation, then that's, it's a lot of people that take drugs that the doctor prescribed to other people every day in our society. But I only take the drugs that the doctor prescribed to me. And this is for my mental, I'm a patient. See, I tell everybody, I'm a patient. When I was in Mississippi, I used to be a weed head. I used to go to jail all the time for possession of marijuana. The police used to call me a weed head. The judges used to call me a weed head. So when I came to California, first time I got stopped and they found some weed on me, police smelled it and said, man, that's some good shit. And put it right back in my pocket. You're going to have a nice night. I'm like, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So you're not going to take it? You're not going to pour it out? You're not going to stump on it? He's like, hell no, man. You a patient, man. We can't do y'all like that. That'll be fucking y'all up, man. What if I take your medicine tonight, have you sitting out here going crazy all night, then you decide to go and just jump out in the middle and run out in front of a car? I'll be responsible for that, brother. I'd rather for you to have your medicine, be calm, cool, and collected, and wake up the next morning when the sun rises, and you can go out and start your day in a productive way and try to find you a better opportunity to get off these streets. All right, thank you, officer. Thank you, officer. Am I the only one? All right, I'm finna recognize some of y'all comments. I don't do videos to feed off comments. I just let y'all know that. I really have moderators and other people, and what I do, none of my moderators are here to acknowledge the good comments that people ask. Like if a person asks a good question, my moderators will highlight it and they'll double ask me the question. And when I see the blue, when I see the blue people, that's when I call them my moderators. They will highlight a question that they want me to, to address to the people. Like, and that's the way I really stay in tune with a lot of my content when I'm live on my videos. But right now, all my moderators are asleep. I got female moderators. I ain't got but like 3 of them. But I have one that's my manager moderator. She's the first moderator I'd ever allowed to moderate. And with her, she helped me build my audience stronger and stronger. She keep all the bullshit comments out. If a troll come in, she let them get all the way in the door and get comfortable. Then she turned around and bust their ass in the back here. Get the hell out of our house. Get out of here. Like, we don't do no negativity over here. Like, I love my moderators. When my moderators is in, I have a lot more people in. But this is me going live on my own. And when I go live on my own, I take the chances and the possibilities to be trolled out. And I done crashed out on some trolls. I mean, crashed out on them. I'm talking about pulled up on their location. They thought I couldn't find their ass. I pulled up on their ass and beat the brakes off their ass. Yeah, you trolling me, nigga? You don't think I can find your ass? Nigga, I'm a real nigga. I got bitches in IT, nigga. I'll find your ass, nigga. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, homie. Don't worry about how I got your address. But I'm going to knock on your door, nigga. I tell you what. Hey, it's like this, dog. It's either you come out or I'm going to give you 5 minutes. I'm going to kick this motherfucker in. It don't matter. I'm going to come in that bitch. Don't worry about it. Sweetheart, when you fuck with a real street nigga, you done got your ass into some trouble, sir. Now, you got these niggas knocking at your door. You need to go outside and handle them niggas. You need to go outside and see what they want. Because them niggas just talking about kicking in our door, coming in this motherfucker. And if they come in here, like, am I the only one? Oh, I'm a real nigga. You do not want me coming at you, homie, because I'm going to come at you directly, firm, straight. Hey, if I got a problem, I'm finna eliminate that bitch. I don't do problems in life, nigga. I ain't got beef with niggas. I don't do none of that shit. If you think you hard, you think you a street nigga, you just woke up a goddamn beast inside of me, nigga, and I'm gonna come see you, homie. And then after I get through coming to see you, I'm gonna come back over here, calm down, let my beast go back to sleep, and I'm gonna be back to my business, nigga. Like, how y'all doing? If you need a haircut, if you know anybody that need to be, you know, motivatedly talked to, call Snag and let me help them. Like, you ain't seen my new video? My new video is amazing. Somebody created me a video, and it was talking about, I'm like one of the newest, funnest comedians in the game. And it ain't about me, it's about my journey. You know, it's about my journey. From where I came from to where I'm at now. I started out a rough life, breaking in houses and shitting on white people's couches. They used to call me the shit bandit. Yeah, like, I don't know why I used to do that. I don't know why. I just felt like I had to shit before I leave. Like, I just wanted to shit on your couch. And I used to love to shit on them white couches. Like, if they had a white, nice couch set, I would shit on their couch, and I would take some toilet paper and smear the shit all over their shit. Like when I get through with y'all shit, y'all gonna throw that shit away. It was a nice couch. I paid $5,000 for that couch. But yeah, you had to throw that shit away. Not only did the nigga break in our house and stole all our shit, the nigga smeared shit all over our house. Ah! Like, them white folks used to go crazy when they come home and realize, they were like, what the fuck? Smell like pure shit. Oh, shit, honey. Somebody done broken our shit. They done left shit everywhere. They got shit everywhere. Like, that's the way motherfucking white folks used to react when they came home after they realized I broke in their shit. And I done smeared shit all on their countertops. I like, nigga, that's the way you do it. If you gonna do it right, dog. Like, leave their water on. I used to turn their water on, plug up all their sinks and turn all their water on, and I shit and smear shit all over their house, and I leave up out that motherfucker. I'll call myself, you know, erasing my fingerprints and shit. The water gonna flood the house out, and it's gonna erase my fingerprints. I ain't leaving no DNA behind. You just couldn't have a woman in charge, huh? Say what? You just couldn't have a woman in charge, huh? What do you mean by that, Mac? I'm trying to figure that out. That's like a direct. I never should start off with the last comment, because I know 9 times out of 10 you asked a question before that, and I ain't even acknowledged that question. So he like, now this nigga done there, you finally answered my 3rd question. All right. I'm sorry. I got people that I be on here with, right? I got people that I be on here with all the time. When I see their name, it's recognizable, and I acknowledge them. Like, I got people that really make me happy just to come onto my feed, because they've been following me for so long. And when I see them in, I know I'm cooking, because it's like I got the people that's been watching me, and I got a whole bunch of new motherfuckers watching me. You know what I mean? But I don't see none of my people right now. None of my... And I ain't gonna say it like that. I'm talking about my real people. And you gotta really fuck with me for me to recognize you. Like, you gotta really be in. I be telling people all the time, man, like, if you come into my feed, dog, and sit around, if you engage and I engage with you, I get used to your name, I make you a common. If you become a common, you'll be a good person in my life, man. All right, I want to ask you a question. How much do you think a bag like this costs? Just imagine, if this whole bag was an ounce, and this is that much, so you got, that's 1/4 of the ounce, right? Mako say 25. This 7 grams, 8 grams. You say 25. That would be a magical number. You know how many people in the world would wish that they can get a 7-8 gram sack for $25? This ain't drugs. This is medical marijuana, bitch. Now report this dick in your mouth. That's what you do. I bet you won't report that. I bet you won't report that you had a dick in your mouth, would you? Man, stupid ass bitch. This ain't drugs. This is medical marijuana. Big difference. It's called hemp. Herb. Not crack. Not heroin. Not ecstasy. Not pills. Not fentanyl. This is herb. They ain't coming for me for this. This is herb. You don't know if this oregano. You don't know if this parsley. Bitch, you just see some green shit in a bag and you talking about drugs. You dumb bitch. This is production. Don't make me go off on your bitch ass motherfucker. I can't stand fake ass, hypocrite ass motherfuckers like that. Yeah, smoking drugs. Bitch, your mammy smoke drugs. You been watching her smoke drugs all your life. And you see a little weed, now you feel some type of way. That's what's wrong with the world now. Am I the only one? That's how much. Shit! Oh no! Damn. Y'all seen that shit? Man, I went to spit and my damn teeth flew into the goddamn garbage can. Oh, hell no. Man, see, goddamn, I'm handicapped. I gotta get my goddamn shit fixed. Damn. I was holding on to them, man, because my teeth, I'm handicapped. I ain't got no teeth. I got like 7 teeth in my mouth, like 1, 2, and like 4 or 5 at the bottom. So when I chew, I gotta eat retarded. I be chewing on this side of my mouth like, there ain't nothing on this side. This shit can't do nothing. Like, I got 1 tooth on this side. So it's like I gotta put all the force on chewing and shit on this side. You know, I've been dying. I tell you, that's why I'm only 115 pounds, because I ain't been able to eat. Like, I eat, but I can't eat what I want to eat. Like, the real protein shit, the rough shit. Like, I tried to eat this goddamn, I'm trying to eat something the other day. And every time I bit into it, ripped my teeth out. I'm like, God damn, I couldn't even eat the shit. In my mind, I couldn't eat it. I just got distracted because every time I tried to bite it, my teeth would come out. Oh, God. I have to pick them motherfuckers out the cheese and shit. Do anybody know what I'm going through right now? Then you ain't lived long enough. That really just made me feel some type of way. That's just like yesterday. I was talking to this girl in Walmart, and I almost was just about to get her number, and them motherfuckers flew out on me. And they hit the ground, and I couldn't pick them up fast enough. Old girl just she seen them sliding across the ground. She seen me trying to run, and by the time I picked them up and looked back, the bitch was walking off. I was like, oh no, I just lost it. This bitch was so goddamn bad. I'm like, oh man, please don't leave me. She like, nigga, you need to go get you some teeth. I'm like, damn. That's another reason why I'm single, man. Bitches just can't accept me for me, man. They love my cars. They know I got money. But when they find out, when they in their mind, they just can't accept a man with no teeth. I'm like, bitch, do you know the benefits you get from this shit? Like, just tongue and gum. Like, you'll never have to worry about me biting on your, nibbling like I know how to use it, but see, I just can't. And it's crazy because some of the women I done tried to, I was actually, intimate with, they be wanting me to be loose with it. Like, you can take them out. It's cool. I was like, no, bitch, it ain't cool. No. No, I want you to take them out around my family. Hell no. Like, These bitches think they smart. Like, they want me to take my teeth out so no name one of your family members want nothing to do with me. Like, oh, hell no. Me too, bro. I'm saying, man, nigga, I can't. Nigga, I just had to pay my damn light bill. My lights got cut out the other week. I was saving, but I had to spend $1,800 on my light bill. Nigga, now I'm going to have to start all over. I had to spend my whole savings. Boy. This is my life savings right here. Now, it might not seem like a lot, but it's more than the average person got. You know, I tell everybody, the average nigga, they walk around with their life savings in their pocket. Now, I convert mine to change, so it's too heavy for me to walk around with. But I do keep it close by. You know, and it's okay. You might look at this and be like, this nigga broke, bitch. This is over $1,000. Just let you know, these are silver dollars and quarters. They add up. A lot of silver dollars. But I got some pennies in there. I got some dimes and nickels too. But it's a couple hundred silver dollars and 50-cent pieces in here. No less. A couple hundred. It was way more than that. Like I just had to take out like $1,100. So it might not be that much in here. I just counted out $1,100. It was way up here. And I took it out. Number dollar pieces. I took out $1,100 pieces. So you'll drop this change in the stock market? I'm already invested in the stock market. I got change in the stock market. I took a little of that change and invested it into the stock market. I got some change. I ain't stupid. I got life insurance. I got stocks. I got some bonds. I got some crypto. Nigga, I'm trying my hardest. Nigga, I threw a couple change. I threw some change at it. A couple dollars, just a little change. But hey, I got some Dodge coins. Oh my God. Let my Dodge coins blow up. Oh my God. I got a lot of Dodge coins. I got at least about 1,000 Dodge coins. So, and I bought them motherfuckers at 2.5 cents a piece. So, if them motherfuckers turn to like $15, don't let them go up to 40, 50. Don't let them do the Bitcoin and go up to 100,000, nigga. Oh my God, I just bought my coins and forgot. I got some Donald Trump coins. I got 2 of them motherfuckers. I bought into them motherfuckers at like $24 a piece. So I got 2 for less than $50. If one of them go up, I'm going to cash out on one of my Trump coins. I'm down to my last few hundred because I just renewed my passport. Why would you renew a passport if you ain't had but a couple $100? You ain't got enough money to leave the country. You ain't got nowhere near enough money to even think about taking a vacation. Leave this country. Why would you? Just answer that question. Why would you even have a passport? Like, that's why I ain't even wasting my time, never even wasting my energy to go get a passport. Because I'm a long ways from ever think about goddamn taking a vacation, leaving the country. Like, y'all niggas got y'all priorities fucked up. Y'all got passports and ain't got no money to leave the country. Like, what the fuck? Why would you waste that? You could use that $230, $300, whatever you paid for that passport, and you could have bought some food with that shit. You done lost your damn mind, dumbass. I see if you like me, say, I'm broke because I done spent all my money on bills, paying rent. I spend my money on responsibilities. But you niggas wasting money on passports and ain't even got enough money to leave the country. You ain't even got enough money to leave the state. How the hell? And you know what I realized? It's so many Mexicans running around here going to get passports. And they ain't even U.S. citizens. But if they get a passport, they feel like that passport. I just don't understand, why don't passports be issued out through the DMV and not the post office? Because this is really a national security threat. Like, the same way your your real ID supposed to be verified is the same way, because a passport is an ID, right? It's used as an ID, so it should come from where IDs come from the state. I think that all passports should come through the DMV. Am I the only one? Nobody should be able to go to the post office. Ain't none of them people qualified to identify a person to be a U.S. citizen. So they just passing out passports. Like if a Mexican really want an ID, they just go get a passport. Use some fake information and get a passport. Wait a minute. I'm saving up and planning ahead of time for insurance. You ain't that smart, bro. If you had to leave this country, or you tried to get the fuck up out of it, you can't leave like that, dog. You gotta show your birth certificate, I think. No. Birth certificate is one form of proof of identification to the post office. The post office don't make you verify it like the DMV make you verify it. Anybody can get over on the post office. Anybody can get over on it. You can go in there with a fake ID and get over on the post office. But at the DMV, you gotta have real documents, certified documents. You gotta show your no. Okay. LOL. That's right. What's up, Maurice? How you doing? Yes, I had to show my birth certificate, Snag. That's because you had one. But if you look on the paper, bro, I done already looked on the requirements to get an ID, to get a passport. That's one form of identification that you need. You do not have to have a birth certificate to get a passport. I think you need to bring like two forms of personal identification, and it is what it is. But a birth certificate is not required for a passport. Yes, I had to show my birth certificate. I gotta show you gotta show your birth certificate, I think. I ain't gotta show shit. Cause my priorities is already in check. I know I don't have enough money to leave this country. And like I said, if it ain't in Mexico or Canada, I don't fly on nobody's plane and I don't float on nobody's boat. So I don't give a fuck where y'all at. Y'all can't pay me enough to come out there because I don't fly and float. I don't float. So I'm not finna be a nigga to die in an airplane. I'm not gonna be a nigga to die in the ocean. Like, no, nigga. I know how to swim, but I ain't got enough energy to swim out the ocean, nigga. I know that. I ain't that damn dumb. It was $168, and it is valid for 5 years. Yeah, now it's $300. They went up. You must ain't seen. They went up on stamps, and they went up on passport fees. Just like January the 1st. Hell yeah. Damn, stamps, 95 cents a piece. That's crazy as hell. I remember when stamps was like 2 cents. Nah, they wasn't 2 cents. When I was a kid, I think stamps was like 12 cents. 12. I remember it going up to 25 cents, 23 cents. I remember when it was 23 cents. I remember when it was like, and this was just some years ago. It ain't been that long. 27 cents. I remember when they hit 25. When they hit the 25 cent, and people was crying. 25 cents a stamp. Like, we have to pay $550 to get my husband papers of citizenship papers. Now that's just one process fee. That's just for one bundle of papers. $550. That's some cheap shit too. I think that's just to verify his goddamn fingerprints. Listen, I know how much it costs to become a citizen in the United States, going through immigration, going through the process. That's just one fee. You ain't gonna pay $550 and think you just gonna become a U.S. citizen. No, sir. No, ma'am. Boy, them white folk got that shit lined up. After you pay all the fees and different levels, it take you about 5 to 10 years. If you go down the fast track, it'll take you about 5. The slow track about 10, 20. And you gotta work. You can't ask for no type of government assistance. You gotta prove to our government that you can be a productive citizen in our society. That's what citizenship means. You know what I mean? They gonna give you a green card because they want you to prove yourself. They want you to crash and burn. They want you to get that green card and let it expire and don't renew it. That's what they really want. You said, no, he is a citizen. His papers were stolen. He is also a veteran. That's a good thing. That's a good thing for him. But the question was he born to immigrant parents? If his parents wasn't legal when they had him, when this birth citizenship decision is made by the Supreme Court, hell, he ain't gonna even be considered a veteran, because that means his service was invalid, because he was an illegal citizen who shouldn't have never qualified to go to our U.S. military and use our taxpayers' dollars to get an education, to get a chance. Like, but when we get to thinking about the real Americans and Americans, the way Americans think, like, I'm a real American, and I really feel like nobody that come here from another country and don't do it the right way should get the opportunities for the, better than the ones that's already been here and the ones that was here doing it the right way. Like, you know what I mean? As long as you do it by the book, by the bang, pay your fees, go to your court dates, prove to the courts that you can be a productive citizen. It's a process. That ain't got shit to do with us. We ain't got to go through that process. But for the ones that got to go through the process, just go through the process. It's just like when you get arrested by the police. All you got to do is comply. When they say, sir, put your hands behind your back, at that point, at that moment, at that point, just comply, brother. There's nothing you can do to turn around. You can't get out of it. You can't say nothing from that point forward that's going to stop that police officer from wanting to put those handcuffs on you and place you in the back of his police car. Just come on. Use your common sense. Don't fight the system, bro. You can't do that. Like, he was born in Iran. They came in 1979. He got his citizenship, but he came the right way. Okay, if he came over here, got his green card, worked, proved his citizenship, got his citizenship, joined the military, this is what America was built on. Immigrants coming and proving themselves to be U.S. citizens. I just thought about something. I did. Whew. Glad this didn't break. You can't see it, but this ashtray actually got a picture of me in it. The ashes done covered up. Once I clean it, you'll be able to see the picture. It's a picture of me inside this ashtray. How y'all doing? Push that like button. honestly, I put it like this. You know, for me, I was born here. My mother was born here. My grandparents was born here. My great-grandparents was born here. My great-great-grandparents was born here. My great-great-great-grandparents was born here. My great-great-great-great-great-grandparents, I don't know where the hell they came from. But we was already here. Just because you joined the U.S. Army don't make you, you know, that doesn't prove that you deserve to be a U.S. citizen. You know that, right? A lot of people join the Army because they ain't got no other choice. They was kiss-ass, do-boy parents taking care of kids, and they needed somebody to take care of their ass and depend on, and that's what the military do to all the people that join the military. Don't nobody go to the military with full intentions. This is where they want to go. This is what the type of career they want to live. The military is a last option. The only thing I can do if I want to get some food and be taken care of and get some benefits. That's the way people think when they go to the military. You know what I mean? You said we have no kids. Can take up to 10 years. Yeah, I know. I got a baby mama from Belize right now. She was a DACA recipient. She was a DACA recipient. You know, and I'm trying to get her to understand that, you know, baby, right now is not the time for you to be trying to push your weight on me and act like, you know, the world surrounds around you. Like, don't you know I'm your baby father, and I might be the last person that immigration is gonna call to get an overall judgment on you. Like, and you don't want to have, you know, no type of beef or animosity with your baby daddy that can leave a bad report, a core on you. You know, especially if my last words is based on their decision for your citizenship. Like, you know, she mad at me right now because I told her, I said, you ain't got to talk to me. Just call me when ICE come to your motherfucking house, bitch. Like, I got a trick for you. You call me when ICE is at your house and they telling you what you gonna do. You gonna leave your son or you gonna take him with you? Don't worry about it. That's when I'm gonna go get a passport if I have to. If she run off to Belize with my son, then I'm going to Belize to kidnap my son and bring him back to America. I'm going to take off walking, and I'm going to walk all the way through Mexico. I'm going to go all the way down, and I'm going to get my son, and I'm going to walk with, and we coming right back through the American border. I don't need a goddamn passport. I'm an American citizen. You see this hat right here? This is all the passport I need, nigga, because I'm going to walk straight through Mexico with this goddamn hat on where my goddamn son at. Am I the only one? They call me fucked up. You'll be fucked up too if you serve 17 years of your life behind prison walls. I served 17 years behind my life. I served 17 years of my life behind prison bars. And I ain't even do shit. Ain't that about a bitch? You know, I can honestly say, I know what it feels like to go to prison for doing a crime that you didn't commit. But because I've already committed a whole bunch of crimes, I had to take that time. If not, they won't give me more. Like, that's the way they do black people in our society. Like, that's what happened to me the last time I went to prison. Last time I went to prison for something I ain't even do. But because I done did so much, if I didn't take that, if I'd have tried to fight it and I ain't had no money to really fight it with a paid lawyer, oh, I was finna get thrown the fuck away. on GP. So I'm like, you know what? Just let me sign my name on this dotted line, and I'm gonna go back to prison. How about that? Am I the only one? Hey, Sapphire, how you doing, baby girl? See, that's a new girl that been sticking around, and I've been liking her name. I really want to know what she really looked like. She in California too. But I ain't gonna lie. Every time I meet a girl like that, she got about 4, 5 kids, 2, 3 different baby daddies. They be in a relationship with a nigga in prison. Talking about, yeah, I got a man. And the nigga locked up with a life sentence. Like, bitch. And they be in full-blown relationships with them niggas. I know ladies, I know women that really, they'll rather be with a man that's incarcerated than be with a man on the streets. How y'all doing? Push that like button. I be talking shit, don't I? Never say what you would never do again. Like, I had to realize that a long time ago. I used to say things that I said I would never do again, and I ended up having to do it again. And I ain't want to, but I had to, but it was all right. That's cool. But what if you had a good man and he ended up accidentally getting incarcerated? Would you stick by your good man and wait on him to come home? A lot of women, that's their breaking point. They can't hold on. And that's cool though. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. I really like your name, Miss Sapphire. Sapphire. That's like a ain't that like a ruby or a stone or something? What birthstone is a sapphire? What birthstone is a sapphire? Can anybody answer that question? Ain't a sapphire blue? I think a sapphire stone is blue. See, I'm a science kid. I used to play with rocks and all that shit. Like, I just, if you don't make it a main subject in your life, if you don't use it, you lose it. But I used to study, rocks and stones and I need me some more coffee. What time is it? How long have I been live? Damn, I did not realize I've been live this damn long. It really feels like I only been live for like 20 minutes. I've been live for 85 minutes. Man, that's an hour and 15 minutes. I done gave these niggas another motion picture. A B movie, if nothing else. A B movie about an hour and 20 minutes long. A motion picture is about 2 hours. Shit, you do Avatar, you do 3. I did an Avatar last night. I was live for about 3 hours last night. Didn't even realize it. Whole Avatar movie. Nigga ain't paid me shit. I ain't gonna get paid for it. Like, but I went back this morning. I had like, shit, 3,000 views on that motherfucker. I'm like, damn. I'm supposed to get paid for every 1,000 views that I get, right? No, February I've been cooking this year. I've been cooking this month. Like, I know I done had at least 7 videos with over 5,000 people in each video. So that's like 35,000 views right there. And I'm supposed to get paid for every 1,000 views. And I ain't getting shit. They ain't paid me a day since I've been on YouTube. Well, I take that back. They did. In the beginning, I used to have money in my sink. But some kind of way, that money disappeared and it's not there no more. And now they say I don't even qualify to get paid. I don't understand that. What happened to the money that I was getting at first? Because I think I seen like 18 cents in there, and I was like, you know, I'm going to let that money just stack up. When it's big enough to pull it out, I'm going to cash it out. And I never got it. And they took my money. I don't like that shit. Damn, police just rolled by, but when he got right in this area, he hit his brakes, slowed down, then sped up. Ain't nothing over here bothering you. Ain't nothing over here for your ass to come over here and see. Am I the only one? I'm drinking on coffee. Man, I noticed this chair right here is fucked up, man. Every time I sit in this chair for a long period of time, when I stand up, I automatically just stretch. Like, I don't know if it just, you know, just stretch my body out. It makes me just, but, oh, 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 that feels so good. Oh, that feels so good. Man. Oh my God. I am hungry. I am hungry. I need to make me something to eat. LOL, they nosy. I'm hungry. It's 12 o'clock and I'm still drinking on coffee. Life is a bitch. Ain't it? Mm-hmm. It is. Oh, wow. When that happened? I didn't know. That's impossible. How can one be and the other not? I just don't understand. That's virtually impossible. That's virtually impossible. Wow. Just going through some difficulties. Okay. I don't understand what was happening. How could that do that then and then don't do it now? I just don't understand. I just don't understand how one could and the other one can't. I just don't understand. And the other one was still working when the other one wouldn't and couldn't. I just don't understand. This African man's AI sophisticated shock engineers. Bye-bye disability. Oh, wow. Boy, one-way ticket back. Great migration. Hamas' furious reply to Trump's deadline threat. Okay, this is what I want to see. Let's see what this is about. Trump gave Hamas the Saturday to release all the hostages. Now, they had supposedly they were supposed to release 3 hostages every week, and that they supposed to be getting a little bit from Israel all at once. But now that they talking about taking over, giving America the whole Gaza Strip, Trump told them by Saturday they got the Saturday to release all of the hostages, or all hell finna break loose. That's kind of deep, ain't it? Wait a minute. Okay, let me back this up. Let me tell y'all. Oh no! Some kind of way. Cause this ain't my original Roku remote. I pushed the wrong button and cut the TV off. Damn. I got 5 Roku remotes. The Roku remotes, and I can't find them. You got a Roku remote?
Earlier reparations is.
Yeah, the messed up part, Israel ain't been holding up to their end of the bar.
No idea of what might have just happened there?
I didn't see anyone.
Just to hear how she presented the information, her poise and her demeanor and all that kind of stuff, she's a credible witness. I mean, she tells a credible story.
And the defense did have those phone conversations Shannon recorded, in which she insists Jameer threatened her and incriminated himself.
You know I already got a wet part of one. You think I can't do it again? I'm sure you can.
But Shannon's defense attorney ultimately chose not to play them.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to this exciting video about the biggest achievement of 2024, the revolutionary thunderstorm.
Get hooked up on everyday spending with Cash App offers.
Talking about just to get it and prepare it and to take care of all of the problems that currently it has. As you know, the tunnels and people are in those tunnels, and you have some good people and some bad people, and you may have hostages right now. You know, you have the hostages possibly there. They don't know where they are. And, you know, I have a Saturday deadline, and I don't think they're going to make the deadline personally. I think they want to play tough guy, but we'll see how tough they are. But it's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be wonderful for the Middle East. I think it'll turn the Middle East. I think you're going to have peace in the Middle East. You're going to eventually have peace in the Middle East.
Couldn't this deadline risk undermining the talks?
Encouraged.
Fresh ideas will help us achieve all these goals.
Thank you, Caroline. Are any officials here preparing to fight Democratic lawmakers in the streets?
Absolutely not.
So
and thanks for the question.
Some elected Democrats are so steamed about Doge. Congresswoman LaMonica McIver says we are at war. Ilhan Omar says we might actually see somebody get killed. And Chris Van Hollen says we have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets. So what now?
And may I just point out, if you heard that type of violent, enticing rhetoric from our side of the aisle, from Republican leaders on Capitol Hill, I think there would be a lot more.
This right here funny.
Are you trying to go to the clinic?
Yeah.
It's closed.
What happened?
I mean, the U.S. aid funding has been frozen, so they're closing down clinics.
I don't know what to do. Serious. What will I do? There's nothing.
Clinics like this are a lifeline for people in this community, especially women suffering from HIV. This one, now shut, is a huge disappointment for people just trying to stay alive.
If another country got an AIDS another country got a disease epidemic going on in it, ain't it that other country's responsibility to cover the health aid for their country's people? Why is America paying for AIDS patients in other countries? Why? Why are we wasting our money on other people in other countries, AIDS patients? Why they country ain't spending money on their own people, AIDS? Like, that's just something we need to, question. Like, I don't understand why. How is that a problem for American people? Like, we supposed to feel sorry? Like, they was spending $150 million on condoms for another country. $50 million on condoms for another country. Do we care about another country group of men having sexual transmitted diseases because they country won't buy them $50 million worth of condoms and just give them away for free? They sell condoms in the store. For responsibility purposes, men supposed to buy condoms, right? I'm listening while I braid the rest of my son's hair. Put some good on. Put something good on. Sapphire, you got kids? You got a son?
J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. They have spoken. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. They have spoken my...
These guys are going to create the coolest backyard you will ever see. They are going to build a unique concrete pad. But first, they must compact the gravel to create a base. After that, they create wooden frames where the concrete will be poured into to create an interesting design. The concrete must be smooth for a flawless finished result. Then, they remove the wooden frames using various tools to get the job done. In the gaps between the concrete, they brush in black gravel to slow down weed growth. The last step is rinsing down the concrete to reveal the finished result. These guys are going to create the coolest backyard you will ever see. They are going to build a unique concrete pad. But first, they must compact the gravel to create a base. After that, they create wooden frames where the concrete will be poured into to create an interesting design. The concrete must be smooth for a...
Oh my god. Yeah, he just tasered him. Didn't do... He just pulled his gun. He just pulled his fucking gun. He's gonna act. Holy shit. Oh my god. Who the fuck is hungry?
White boy got a hatchet.
Oh my fucking, he's got an axe. Holy. Oh my god. Yeah, he just tasered him. Didn't do... He just pulled his gun. He just pulled his fucking gun. He's gonna act. Holy shit. Oh my god. Who the fuck is hungry? Oh my fucking, he's got an axe. Holy. Oh my god. Yeah, he just tasered him. Didn't do... He just pulled his gun.
Dear President Trump, listen very carefully. Greenland have been part of the...
As parents of two, life is nonsense.
This neighborhood in California has something no other neighborhood in the world has. In this unique neighborhood, it's just as common to see an airplane parked in a driveway as it is to see a car. But how is this allowed? And do they take off from the street? This is a residential airplane park called Cameron Park. It has 124 homes, mostly occupied by pilots or aviation enthusiasts. These small planes can cost up to $100,000. But there's a hidden secret behind this madness, and I couldn't believe it when I heard it. This neighborhood neighborhood is so unique, as it's right next to an airport. People decide to live here so they can land their planes and taxi them on shared-use roads right up to their homes. The roads are 100 feet wide, so airplanes have enough room to easily drive on them. But the street signs and mailboxes are built lower than 3 feet, so airplane wings don't knock them over. Would you live here? This neighborhood in California has something no other neighborhood in the world has. In this unique neighborhood, it's just as common to see an airplane parked in a driveway as it is to see a car. But how...
What you're saying is that AI is going to quickly surpass, at least in your estimation, the human's ability to control it. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'd like to say...
Sorry, you got a son
no,
that's
but
5?
the answer is yes. So first off, how long until you think that happens? Before that, the AIs can start working together, even relying on computers, like in a de-hobbled way, and therefore surpasses the ability
you only got
for
one, or you got
the
5?
human to be able to influence
you got 5?
How it's working.
You got 1 or you
I
got
think
5?
To some degree, the AIs, I think, will want humans as a source of will.
Whenever the powers that be start to see blacks and whites coming together, they go, oh, no, no, no. And so they outlaw the kalinda, and they outlaw Pinkster, and they outlaw the banjo in some places, you know? So they start to see. So this is, I want to mention this because there's a lot of, why don't we know this history? Because it's dangerous, right? Because the more separate we are, the less we can compare notes. Because blackness is not a monolith, right? It's not a monolithic experience, neither is whiteness. It's all made up. Whenever the powers that be start to see blacks and whites coming together, they go, oh, no, no, no. And so they outlaw the kalinda, and they outlaw Pinkster, and they outlaw the banjo in some places, you know? So they...
Late January 29th, Mitchell says Malachi left home around 11:30.
Hi, my name is Taylor Averill. I'm a professional volleyball player for Team USA and recent Olympic.
How you doing, man? Can I speak to you for a second? Yeah, listen. Rene Garcia, Sergeant with Miami-Dade Police Department. Nice to meet you. Listen, unfortunately, it's not our decision. You just don't understand. Listen, apparently you were passed out. They had to wake you up.
You gonna wait 40 minutes, and I'm gonna be on a private plane home. Yeah, with your fat ass. Yeah, I will. Get your ass off the plane for a second. Yeah, I bet. Enjoy the cheese on the way home. So ugly. You ain't nothing to me, bro. Ever in my life, get off the plane for you. Specifically you. Maybe everybody else. I would get off the plane. This shit don't mean nothing to me. Ain't no way you can look at me. Ever.
Guys, let's don't engage with them. Let's go ahead. Quick, go again.
Got life up. I'm sorry. All you had to do was wait.
How you doing, man? Can I speak to you for a second? Yeah, listen. Rene Garcia, Sergeant with Miami-Dade Police Department. Nice to meet you. Listen, unfortunately, it's not our decision. You just don't understand. Listen, apparently you were passed out. They had to wake you up.
You gonna wait 40 minutes, and I'm gonna be on a private plane home. Yeah, with your fat ass. Yeah, I will. Get your ass off the plane for a second. Yeah, I bet. Enjoy the cheese on the way home. So ugly. You ain't nothing to me, bro. Ever in my life, get off the plane for you. Specifically you. Maybe everybody else. I would get off the plane. This shit don't mean nothing to me. Ain't no way you can look at me. Ever.
Guys, let's don't engage with them. Let's go ahead. Quick, go again.
Got life up. I'm sorry. All you had to do was wait.
How you doing, man?
Why have these people fit so many plastic balls into the roof of this building? Because of this, there will be no strength, but the roof will collapse very soon. Actually, this is called bubble deck technology, in which the plastic balls are placed in the center of the iron mesh and concrete is filled. Due to this, much less concrete is used in making the roof, and the roof becomes lighter. Due to the light roof, there is less load on the foundation, and the roof made in this way is as strong as a... Why have these people fit so many plastic balls into the roof of this building? Because of this, there will be no strength, but the roof will collapse very soon. Actually, this is called bubble deck technology, in which the plastic balls are placed in the center of the iron mesh and concrete is filled. Due to this, much less concrete is used in making the roof, and the roof becomes lighter. Due to the light roof...
You talk about how much the economy will lose if the United States actually enforces our immigration laws
and deports folks who are here illegally.
I think that we want to pass a path to citizenship so we can have a level and fair playing field.
Why? What world do you live in? Listen, here's the deal. The American people just voted. The American people just voted. Well, you know what? It's my time, not yours. So you're here to answer my questions, not to offer a soliloquy. And let me just end with this. The American people just got a good look at your economic program, and they voted against it. We've had an open border for the last 4 years. We have had de facto amnesty, as you yourself just said, for the last 15 plus years. It has been a disaster. People have died because of it. Wages are lower because of it. Our streets are in chaos because of it. And now you and the Democrat Party just say more of the same, more of the same. Let's double down. I would just say to you, I think that's insanity. I think it's total insanity, and the American people do. Talk about how much the economy will lose if the United States actually...
Today, we are partnering with HSN to bring you one of their very fun jewelry lines, Bauble Bar. You guys have seen them all over social media, retailers across the country. We have a curated selection for you.
This guy single-handedly destroyed...
This is Elon Musk's secret mansion in Austin, valued at $12 million. He claims to live in a $50,000 box at the SpaceX base after selling his properties, but in reality, he secretly resides here. Nestled along the serene waterfront, the mansion spans a generous 10,000 square feet, boasting 5 luxurious bedrooms and 6 opulent bathrooms. The estate features an expansive backyard with a private dock, infinity pool, and an outdoor kitchen perfect for entertainment. This is Elon Musk's secret mansion in Austin, valued at $12 million. He claims to live in a $50,000 box at the SpaceX base after selling his properties, but in reality, he secretly resides here. Nestled
kills, tortures, and dismembers the man who raped his daughter. He discovers with horror that his 8-year-old daughter was abused by his own brother. The abuse occurred one night after she returned home from a day at her uncle's house. He notices her panties are stained with blood. Worried, he asks her what happened. The little girl tells him that her uncle hurt her. Mad with rage, he loses control and immediately goes to confront his brother.
McCormick knows unbeatable flavor. So we...
Because as I'm...
Okay, puppy. All right. Hold on, buddy. Come here. Hey, come on. Sit. Sit. Okay, I'm going to be right back. You can't have the chicken yet. No chicken, not yet. I'm going to move right back. I'm going to go right over there, and I'm going to come back, okay? You'll be a good boy. Deal? Deal. Stay. No chicken, you stay. Stay, Papa. Okay, good boy, go ahead. You're so good boy. Okay, puppy. All right. Hold on, buddy. Come here. Hey, come on. Sit. Sit. Okay, I'm going to be right back. You can't have the chicken yet. No chicken, not yet. I'm going to move right back. I'm going to go right over there, and I'm going to come back, okay? You'll be a good boy. Deal? Deal. Stay. No chicken, you stay.
Black celebs who left Hollywood for God. #1, Chris Tucker. After skyrocketing to fame with Rush Hour, Tucker took a step back from Hollywood, prioritizing his Christian faith and choosing roles that align with his values. #2, Montel Jordan. Best known for his hit, This Is How We Do It, Jordan left the music industry to become a worship leader and pastor, focusing on ministry and spreading his faith.
I would not have the job that I have, chances are, if it was not for affirmative action. So...
Oh, you didn't earn it?
I don't understand what you're saying by that. What do you mean?
You saying that... Yeah, hold on, sir.
If you got that job on account of affirmative action, well, you ain't worth the salt to go in your food. Did you know why? If you was worth anything, you would need affirmative action. What do I need affirmative action to get a job? If you get it, you can't hold it because you don't know what to do. And you saying that somebody's supposed to give you, ain't nobody supposed to give you nothing. America is built on individuality. And nobody don't have to give me no opportunity. I make my opportunity. This is what freedom means. And then you can learn anything you want to know if you want to know it. All you have to do is go to the library. It don't cost you nothing to go there and learn anything you want. I would not have the job that I have, chances are, if it was not for affirmative action. So.
Oh, you didn't earn it.
I don't understand what you're saying by that. What do you mean?
You saying yeah, hold on, sir.
If you got that job on account of affirmative action, well, you ain't worth the salt to go in your food. Did you know why? If you was worth anything, you would need affirmative action. What do I need affirmative action to get a job? If you get it, you can't hold it because you don't know what to do. And you saying that somebody's supposed to give you, ain't nobody supposed to give you nothing. America is built on individuality. And nobody don't have to give me no opportunity. I make my opportunity. This is what freedom means. And then you
move away from my window with all this.
Testing out a new rocket stove design. We have 20 feet of half-inch copper wrapped around the stove. We're heating up 5 gallons of water. It started off at 37 degrees about an hour ago. We're now at 140 degrees. Not bad. No pumps, no electricity. I'll have a full build video on this guy. Come on the channel soon. Testing out a new rocket stove design. We have 20 feet of half-inch copper wrapped around the stove. We're heating up 5 gallons of water. It started off at 37 degrees about an hour ago. We're now at 140 degrees. Not bad. No pumps, no electricity. I'll have a full build video on this guy. Come on the channel soon. Testing out a new rocket stove design. We have 20 feet of half-inch copper wrapped around the stove. We're heating up 5 gallons of water. It started off at 37 degrees about an hour ago. We're now at 140 degrees. Not bad. No pumps, no electricity. I'll have a full build video on this guy. Come on the channel soon. Testing out a new rocket stove design. We have 20 feet of half-inch copper wrapped around the stove. We're heating up 5 gallons of water. It started off at 37 degrees about an hour ago. We're now at 140 degrees. Not bad. No pumps, no electricity. I'll have a full build video on this guy. Come on the channel soon. Testing out a new rocket stove design. We have 20 feet of half-inch copper wrapped around the stove. We're heating up 5 gallons of water. It started off at 37 degrees about an hour ago. We're now at 140 degrees. Not bad. No pumps, no electricity. I'll have a full build video on this guy. Come on the channel soon. Testing out a new rocket stove design. We have 20 feet of half-inch copper wrapped around the stove. We're heating up 5 gallons of water. It started off at 37 degrees about an hour ago. We're now at 140 degrees. Not bad. No pumps, no electricity. I'll have a full build video on this guy. Come on the channel soon. Testing out a new rocket stove design. We have 20 feet of half-inch copper wrapped around the stove. We're heating up 5.
So when you're hitting over something like the bluffs, it just felt like nature was giving you this big hug. Cabot St. Lucia.
Why is this person using thermocol to build a house instead of brick? Wouldn't the house collapse? Actually, this building technique is called insulated concrete forms. Thermocol blocks are stacked together and metal rods are placed between them. Then, concrete is poured between the thermocol blocks. This creates a wall much stronger and more durable than a traditional brick wall. The thermocol also has insulating properties, keeping the house warm in the winter and cool in the summer, which saves a Why is this person using thermocol to build a house instead of brick? Wouldn't the house collapse? Actually, this building technique is called insulated concrete forms. Thermocol blocks are stacked together and metal rods are placed between them. Then, concrete is poured between the thermocol blocks. This creates a wall much stronger and more durable than a traditional brick wall. The thermocol also has insulating properties, keeping the house warm in the winter and cool in the summer, which saves a Why is this person using thermocol to build a house instead of brick? Wouldn't the house collapse? Actually, this building technique is called insulated concrete forms. Thermocol blocks are stacked together and metal rod.
In Sweden, they invented the most...
Wait a minute. You think it's a good idea to go to events where people are trying to get federal money and they're paying to see you?
They're not paying to see me.
I thought you just said you spoke at events where people paid.
Not to see me. I mean, I'm not that important.
You're the... Wow. You learn new things every day. What's your title? You're the director of what?
Of the Loan Programs Office.
You're the director of the loan programs for the federal government, Department of Energy. People who want to get loans from the government are paying to see you, and you think that that's fine? This is not a rhetorical question.
I think I've answered that I go to many conferences and events. I've had hundreds.
Wait a minute. This explains why NBC didn't air the full version of this interview with President Trump.
Are you planning to accept a salary as president?
I'm not going to accept a salary, no. And I'm giving up a lot of money, you know. Do you know what amazed me? Maybe this isn't right, but other than George Washington, and they're not sure about that, every president has accepted their salary except me.
And you did accept the pension, correct?
I don't think so.
You didn't accept your pension?
I don't think I accepted anything. The president gets about $450,000 a year, and I didn't take it.
I want to ask you again about...
But by the way, I got no credit for that. That's okay.
Well, I am asking you about it for that reason.
Yeah.
And I think it's notable you're not going to accept a salary.
Yeah, I don't accept. I didn't, and I'm not going to. And I don't believe I got any credit for that. But I just feel it's, for me, it's a nice thing to.
It explains why NBC didn't air the full version of this interview with President Trump.
Are you planning to accept a salary as president?
I'm not going to accept a salary, no. And I'm giving up a lot of money, you know. Do you know what amazed me? Maybe this isn't right, but other than George Washington, and they're not sure about that, every president has accepted their salary except me.
And you did accept the pension, correct?
I don't think so.
You didn't accept your pension?
I don't think I accepted anything. The president gets about $450,000 a year, and I didn't take it.
I want to ask you again about...
But by the way, I got no credit for that. That's okay.
Well, I am...
You work for Lumen. Okay. So he's going and checking the ATMs. They would say, look, you have to go refill the machine with, 300,000 or 200,000 and you put the package in. But they know it's out of money. He said, well, there was a problem with the Bitcoin machine. He said, they go in and they're like, hey, check that machine, see if there's anything in it. Like, what do you mean, see if there's anything in it? He's like, you'd go and I'd come back and I'd be like, yeah, there was nothing in it. Or I'd go and I'd say, yeah, there was like $20,000. So at one point I realized like my company, Loomis doesn't know. So one day I went and I swung by to check it. I took 10 grand, stuck it in my pocket. There's a camera, it's over there. It can't see. I just looked in the machine, I stepped in my pocket, I close it and I leave. Like a week later, they call him in the office, can you come in here? And he's like, yeah, what's up? They're like, there's an issue. We feel like something happened. They basically said, look, you can keep coming to work, but eventually we're going to figure out something, or you can just leave. So he worked for Lumen. Okay. So he's going and checking the ATMs. They would say, look, you have to go refill the machine with, 300,000 or 200,000 and you put the package in. But they know it's out of money. He said, well, there was a problem with the Bitcoin machine. He said, they go in and they're like, hey, check that machine, see if there's anything in it. Like, what do you mean, see if there's anything in it? He's like, you'd go and I'd come back and I'd be like, yeah, there was nothing in it. Or I'd go and I'd say, yeah, there was like $20,000. So at one point I realized like my company, Loomis doesn't know. So one day I went and I swung by to check it. I took 10 grand, stuck it in my pocket. There's a camera, it's over there. It can't see. I just looked in the machine, I stepped in my pocket, I close it and I leave. Like a week later, they call him in the office, can you come in here? And he's like, yeah, what's up? They're like, there's an issue. We feel like something happened. They basically said, look, you can keep coming to work, but eventually we're going to figure out something, or you can just leave. So he worked for Lumen. Okay. So he's going and checking the ATMs. They would say,
the Biden family has no business. They've never had a business except for politics. And the one thing that the Oversight Committee, in conjunction with the Ways and Means Committee and in conjunction with the Judiciary Committee, has always been able to demonstrate is that they shook down foreign nations for millions, 26 million at the latest count and growing, millions. And there was never any business entity involved except public corruption and a pay-for-play scheme. The House Oversight Committee would like to get to the bottom of this under the impeachment inquiry of the House. We have questions for Hunter Biden. We issued a subpoena for him to answer said questions. He ignored a congressional subpoena as a private citizen. There are many attorneys on the other side of the aisle. If you had one of your clients in your private practice ignore a congressional subpoena as a private citizen, you would advise them not to, because they would be held in contempt and they would actually be punished by the Department of Justice. The Biden family has no business. They've never had a business except for
The evidence demands a verdict. $1.7 trillion in student loans is on the books. We're having a big giant argument over whether or not it should be forgiven. We don't have to go there.
While they continue to make them.
While they continue to make it. Meanwhile, 10 million open positions, most of which don't require a 4-year degree. And here we sit, right here, room full of smart people in 2024. And we all know it. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but we're lending money we don't have to kids who are never going to be able to pay it back, to train them for jobs that don't exist anymore. The evidence demands.
Climate on the radio. All for Team Carrot. Carrots? Carrots? Who, what, where, who, where? Hey, Muggsy, we better get some shut. Climate on the radio. All for Team Carrot. Carrots? Carrots? Who, what, where, who, where? Hey, Muggsy, we better get some shut. Climate on the radio. All for Team Carrot. Carrots? Carrots? Who, what?
How Russia saved Christianity. In 1453, the mighty city of Constantinople, the heart of Eastern Christianity, fell to the Ottoman Empire. The last bastion of the Roman world was gone, but Christianity was not doomed. The torch of Orthodox Christianity passed to the rising power in the north of Russia. Moscow's rulers saw themselves as the Third Rome, the new defenders of the faith. Ivan III married the niece of the last Byzantine emperor, cementing Russia as the heir to Orthodox Christianity. Over centuries, Russia would protect and spread the faith, building grand cathedrals and standing against invaders. From the ashes of Constantinople, Russia rose as the guardian of Christianity. Without it, the fate of the Orthodox Church could have been very different. Follow for more history in less than 60 seconds. Russia saved Christianity. In 1453, the mighty city of Constantinople, the heart of...
Look at this house. Notice anything different about it? The other half is missing, but that was in purpose.
No other racial group has been a slave on American soil. It's nice to say other people were down and they got up. They were not slaves on American soil. The other thing is that the Negro has had high visibility. And because of the prejudices existing in this country, his color has been against him. It's been against him, and they've used this to keep him from moving up. In the final analysis, when you say to a man that you are in this position because of your race or because of your color, you say to that man that he can never get out of it. Other racial groups have been able maybe to change the accent or change the names, but the Negro can't. No other racial group has been a slave on American soil. It's nice to say other people were down. And
the Lord is good.
A group of neo-Nazis
the white minority.
Oh, good times don't stop. Whoa, 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 whoa. I am hungry as hell. I don't want to spend no money. I don't have to spend no money. I got some oysters. I got one shrimp. Push puppy. Sprinkle of French fries. That's just all I need. Just a sprinkle of French fries. Put some seasoning salt on it. Well, it don't take long to cook something for yourself. It actually takes you longer to go out in public and just make and waste money on fast food when you could have went in your kitchen and made it yourself. Just that fast. Hey! Cold little motherfucker.
Chilling, man.
Better welcome man, shut my door, man. Oh, the motherfucker. Cold. You got that big ass damn snow jacket on. Still cold. Oh. I'm gonna go to the bed. You good? Oh, yeah. Ooh, I can smell it. Ooh, I got another Patty LaBelle sweet potato pie. I'm gonna pop this in there too. Warm it up like 2 minutes. You put this in the air fryer, change the game. Oh yeah, oh yeah. That fish came out good. Okay. Toast came out good. Got that toasted butter. Put some Miracle Whip on that thing. Spice it up there with some Miracle Whip. That's all I need right there. Look at that. When you use that air fryer, they come back like, just like, oh my God. Look, an air fryer, make them come back like, just like, fresh out the grease. The fries is good. Look at that one piece of fish. Oh my God. That fish came out perfect. Put that fish, make a cool fish sandwich out of it. So bam, just like that. Pop some fries on it, some hush puppies. I got 2 oysters and 1 shrimp. The oysters feel like they came out. Oh my God, look at that. That's a fresh plate. Look at that. Them hush puppies, hash brown. I put that seasoning salt on it. Man, it came back good. Now, pop that. Pop this down. What I like about the air fryer,
when you cook in the air fryer, you can put a metal, like this aluminum thing, like this, the microwave, you wouldn't be able to put this in there. But in the air fryer, you can put the whole aluminum tray in there. Pop that thing in there just like that. Air fry. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. Air fry. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this meal right here. Oysters and shrimp with some hush puppies. The hush puppies come back so good. I got a piece of that sweet potato pie. I'm drinking on some rich nigga shit tonight. We gonna sip on some sparkling apple. We got some sparkling apple. Martini, sparkling apple. We'll drink some sparkling apple tonight. Man, it's so damn cold outside. Damn. I smell that sweet potato pie already. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Whew. Now this a meal right here. Got that sweet potato pie. Got that sparkling apple. Pop me one of these tropical fruits. Oh man, I'm getting down. Oh, they got to talk about. Oh, what they got to say. How y'all doing? Push that like button. Did I just show y'all how to survive in 2.2 minutes? Whew. This shit getting too real for TV. Say, Snag, I like your show. Your show real. You just showed me how I could have did that same thing. Cook me something to eat in less than 5 minutes instead of sitting there starving, worrying about what I'm going to eat tonight, how I'm going to eat, what I'm going to eat, how I'm going to get it done, where I'm going to get it from. There's so many people trying to figure out shit, and they don't know what direction they going in. Oh, my God. I got to juggle. Get this motherfucker. The wind blowing so cold.
Inability of our fellow white South Africans to reach out.
Oh.
They don't reach out. Whew. They actually create an impression that we are actually owing them an apology.
Talking about pure delicious.
Not the other way around. We are the... I've never met a white person who says, let's preach reconciliation. They don't preach reconciliation. The victims are the ones who are preaching reconciliation. Victims. because we are begging. I'm not Cyril Ramaphosa, I don't beg them. I'll never beg them. They are going to stay here if they agree to be equal to black people. And I can tell you, my brother, I hear your accent. South African whites, they don't fear war. They don't fear blood. They don't fear any land taken from them. They know it will never happen. They fear equality. That's the only thing they're scared of.
Have you ever had
that they are going to be equal
apple
to monkeys?
This is apple juice.
That's the only
this
thing they fear.
Shit right here.
They know this Malema, they've listened to my talks. They know even when they reported me to Human Rights Commission, there's nothing hate about what this guy is saying. They know that. My crime is to demand an equality. That's a crime I'm committing in this country. To demand that the white minorities must come down from their high horses and humble themselves and work with fellow South Africans. These Africans have got no problem with whites. Actually, they love them too much. Some of them hate me because they think I hate white people. Hey, this one is going to make whites go. This one. They hate me for that. That's how much they love white people. They are prepared to sacrifice their own brother in protection of white people. That's how much they love. They have no problem with it. It is white people who have a problem with Africans. They do not see themselves being at the same level with Africans. And it's not only the white farmers, it's not the white managers in the newsrooms. It's not the white editors only. Go to the Supreme Court of Appeal in the judiciary. I sit in the JSC there. How the white judges in the Supreme Court of Appeal look down at their colleagues at the highest level of educated whites. Don't think it's just a child of a farmer who has a problem with black people. An educated white judge at the highest level has got a problem with an educated and over-educated African judge. When they write a judgment, they ridicule the judgments of Africans. When an African or a colored wants to make reference to the best reported judgment of an African, they say, no, don't use that. Use this one.
I'm going to read
My name is Ambassador Tim Ford Jr. of the African Union, AUCS, and I've been living over in East Africa, Tanzania for almost 5 years, and I help my people invest.
It is not hyperbole to say that Donald Trump is trying to bring back segregation under color of law in 2025. Not exaggerating.
Where you get that at?
This had.
It's spring 1992. The American two-party system.
Hello and welcome.
This channel.
Welcome back. Nevada County facing a housing crisis. So how is the state looking to address the problem?
Your reporter covering Nevada County, Kayla Moeller, is getting answers about a new law that gives people another choice when it comes to housing.
In
most of California, tiny homes like this are illegal. And that's because of their wheels. But that's no longer the case in Nevada County, thanks to a new ordinance.
We have a huge portion of middle to lower middle class people, myself included, that can't afford to buy the average home in our community, and they can't afford this.
As part of an effort to address Nevada County's housing crisis, tiny homes on wheels will now be legal to permanently live in.
We had a tiny home builder in the county that was doing tiny homes and placing them in Placer County.
That tiny home builder is Travis Duckworth. He noticed the need for another housing option in his own county.
Up until this ordinance, they were illegal to live in for more than 90 days a year, April to October. And so now people can live in them legally. So we were already doing this, and now it's legal, so it's taken that weight off of people's shoulder that they were doing this under the radar.
It does provide an option for folks to come up with a home either for their elderly or their college-age kids to get into pretty quickly. And so it's another option in the toolbox, if you will, to address the housing crisis in Nevada County.
Nevada County officials say there are certain criteria that must be followed, like applying for yearly DMV registration and getting proper inspections. But the wheels are what make the difference, allowing people an affordable avenue.
So a regular tiny home would be subject to the California Building Code. It would require a permanent foundation. A tiny homes on wheels is inspected by either the American National Standards Institute or the National Fire Protection Agency.
Get people out of renting into owning so they can start to build their equity and provide more housing just in terms of inventory.
Travis also says it's a great way to allow people to transition from renting to eventually buying if that's their goal.
The real affordability is just size. So if I build a 300 or 400 square foot house for $100,000 to $200,000, that's a huge part of the market that's not available right now.
He was born to love a Western, that's what everybody said. And what gave them that impression was his fleshy cowboy head. Fleshy cowboy head.
That's Murray, Mr. Home Improvement. He finds it, I fix it. That's why I keep my leftover paint. With Murray, you gotta be ready for anything. Murray doesn't like waste.
We're New Hampshire, guys.
I saw a survey of employees in the seacoast of New Hampshire that are making $30 an hour. 40% of them are considering leaving the seacoast because $30 an hour isn't enough to own a home in New Hampshire.
We own 2 assisted living facilities. And so when we heard our staff talking over and over about how far they have to go to find an affordable place to live, how far they have to travel.
Maggie and I talked about what town, what municipality in the area would let us build tiny homes. So we went in and saw the planner in Dover at the time and told him our story, and 45 minutes later he's like, you got a place you want to do it? When do you want to break ground?
John's loved the idea of tiny homes for a long time. It's like, if you look at the designs and the efficiencies that they capture, it's really, really interesting. And then I love the idea of the pocket neighborhoods and how do we create communities, creating opportunities to interact with each other where you can still see your neighbors. And, have a relationship with each other and feel safe. And it doesn't mean you have to be best friends, but at the same time, do wellness checks with each other, be able to interact. I mean, it's real good for us, I think. So when we started the project, New Hampshire was on the international.
Everybody was talking about housing is unaffordable, and our kids, they would have been condemned to basement suites or a box in the sky, rental all the time, unless we did this.
Wow, the whole crew's out here. Hi. I like your houses. A lot of houses in one spot.
But they're not ADUs. They're 4 separate titles, 4 separate mortgages. So each of our children have their own title, their own mortgage.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a house a lot like one of those little ranchers. When we first moved in here in 1988, there was a field across the street. And they wanted to redevelop it. And that's when we were started to say, well, why can't we have 33-foot lots instead of a 66-foot lot? We had a 66-foot lot.
Would this have been the size of your lot before?
Yes, it's exactly 66 by 100.
66 by 100. So
Yeah.
basically, they are using the same lot space for one home.
Absolutely.
That's one home, not duplex.
That's one home. That's one home, yeah.
And the same with like most of these, right? Like
Yeah, these are, I think they're a little bit narrower, but they're still...
single family.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's pretty much single family.
Yeah, this is a total single family neighborhood, and yet the council members voted unanimously to allow this because they knew that what we wanted to do.
I made all kinds of sketches and models where we were zero lot line, we built on the property line, and they were detached units, 4 separate houses. And then we presented to the city what we thought would actually pass. Now, the other thing that you didn't point out was she went around to see all 30 of our neighbors and to show them this is what we're thinking of doing.
Before we put the sign up, I went around and I said, which would you prefer, one great big house or 4 little houses with everyone paying their own set of taxes? And there was nobody from our neighborhood that opposed us when we had the public hearing. They knew we weren't going to just flip it. We did it for our kids.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
And our kids, James and Patrick, lived in a basement suite until these were built.
Like at one time in this country, they built what they call the wartime houses. Well, hundreds, if not thousands of those were built. The spirit that drove that was the idea that we have to make it possible for young families to get into a house where they can raise a family and settle down and not keep moving from place to place. And that we need to do that again. We need to revisit that.
We got the membraner, Caitlin. Doing our cell membrane there. Trying to prep these rough openings with pre-stripping the correct way. That is not the correct way. What? No, I'm pointing down there. Oh. You're doing it perfect. You're doing it perfect. Look at that membrane. Oh, look at that adhesion.
All the corners for that air barrier.
For the air barrier. This one, no, just...
I mean, this was an economy project, to put it mildly. It was as economy as we could make it.
I've been here all day. It's great.
Yeah, but we all qualified for the mortgages. And, you know, when I first suggested it to Patrick, he said, owning a house, that's for grown-ups. And I said, Patrick, you're 24. Bye.
On Wednesday.
So, and it really makes them grow up when they have a mortgage. It really makes them grow up.
So they are houses legally.
Yes, exactly. Like they're mini duplexes. This is like there's 2 separate lots, but on each lot there's 2 separate titles, but they're joined by just one party wall. And that's the only common property.
So
yes.
You could resell each one individually.
Exactly. And we couldn't be happier. Instead of a lot of these garages are not used as garages. They're used as storage places. And so by not having garages, we cut down not only the cost, but the bulk. So we could fit the 4 units.
So how does it set up? The front homes are the kids?
So we own the back one.
Okay.
And then our youngest daughter owns this one, but she lives in a co-op with her husband off the property. And so she's letting my 94-year-old deaf mother live in here. And my mom is so happy. Anytime she needs anything, I can just pop over. But for the little boys to be able to come over, for them to have the connection with their great-grandmother.
That's a good boy.
That's like a richness that we're really happy to have. Also, we have my daughter-in-law's sister living with us because she was at work and needed childcare, so her sister could just pop over in the morning, and then the little boys didn't have to go anywhere.
Like a built-in nanny, a live-in nanny. There's just so many generations here.
Yeah, well, we love it. And we have big family gatherings here where we put all the food there and then they just walk around and it's like a buffet. And then everyone sits everywhere. This is the house that we had before. And then this is the house that my mom lives in now. This is our house. This is James and Caitlin and the two little boys' house. And this is Patrick's house. So there's no common property.
So the ground floor, this is only 500 square feet gross, but it's got everything.
And all one room. And this is John's at-home office.
When I work from home.
He's still working full-time and so am I.
The total square footage again in this house is
1,000 square feet.
Well, it's actually 1,500 because we'll take you upstairs and we'll take you downstairs. It's 500 on each floor.
So it's a pretty good sized house.
Yeah.
But it's more like a condo on the ground. Like people live in 1,000 square feet condos and high rises. You're forced to make everything fit.
Okay, this is our little tiny half bath here. It's the littlest sink you can possibly get.
It's really a closet, a water closet, but it does the job. For the basement, they told us that we had to have a pump, if we made it deeper.
This is my office. Like this is where my computer is and everything. So it's also a guest room because the couch reconfigures into a queen size bed. But see, this is what we do. And then even if there's more people, this folds out into a bed as well. So that's like they're two little cots. Yeah.
So it sleeps
at least 4. But the kids come down and play here and
so much space.
Yeah, it's
so this sleeps 6. Okay, we'll keep going.
And then upstairs we have a 4-foot bathtub because that's the only way we can fit beside the stairs.
The famous 4-foot tub, hard to find, and it was built over the stairs, again, trying to squeeze every square inch out of the space.
Our laundry room is upstairs, James's laundry room is downstairs, but we really love it upstairs because we don't have to take it up and downstairs. It's fantastic. And then I'll show you, this is the little room where where my daughter-in-law's sister lives.
So kind of the nanny lived.
Yeah, yeah.
In a sense, I mean, a family nanny.
But this used to be our daughter's room before she moved out.
Fun, and she even fits in a workout machine.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Oh, that's like its own little studio apartment.
It's like she's got everything in there. It's pretty compact, but she's lived here for a year and she's so easy to have around. So.
Oh, nice.
Okay, and this is our bedroom. So this is.
So light.
Well, and then we have our clothes here, so that we don't need a.
But you have also tons of storage.
Yeah. Well, this is our closets and storage. Yeah. So that's. And then we have a 3/4 bath there.
Wow.
And because it's a
barn door.
A barn door, it doesn't take up any space.
Yeah, but
when
it smacks.
When you swing.
It goes boom.
John, don't worry. It's way better than a door that swings. So. Yeah, and then we have the other small sink there as well. We love living here. But the thing is, because it took us so long, we never thought that Patrick and our youngest daughter, Margaret, could qualify. But because it took us so long, they barely had enough, like they had an ordinary job, and they barely qualified for a mortgage just at the time when everything was ready to be set. So it's great that it took so long.
So everybody got their own mortgages?
Yes.
Oh, so that was how you financed it?
Absolutely. It was not just us. It was
Including
a
us.
joint effort.
Older couple with a mortgage.
No, but it's great. But
Well, we had paid the house was paid off. That's the benefit. We owned the land, so there was no debt on it.
See, this is where the little grandkids come back and forth. Hi, Gabe.
Hi. So where do you go to your grandma's house?
He just sneaks over, right? The land we gave to our kids was their down payment. So all they had to do was start paying the mortgage. Okay, come and get some gummy vitamins, you guys. Let's go. Let's go get the gummy vitamins. When land is so expensive, why do you need a house on a big lot? We have 3 parks within 2 minutes walk of here. So why do we need to own land that we have to do a lot of landscaping on? Especially as we get older, we don't want a lot of landscaping. Okay? Okay, this is here.
Dreams begin here. Welcome to the Good Night Club.
With the help of Xero's small business accounting software, I've got the right information at my fingertips.
So business is a breeze.
Well, that little fish sandwich is spot.
Search 0 with an X.
Highlight of the day is Mahomes getting the new iPhone 16 at T-Mobile.
It's built for Apple Intelligence. Hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
At T-Mobile, get iPhone 16 on us.
Da-da-da-da-da.
You're welcome. Okay, take them back home now, Mom and Dad. Okay.
So everyone has their own yard and there's no common property.
Exactly. They're mini duplexes. They're joined by just one party wall.
That's the party wall there. And there's a slight difference of coloration, but it's not big enough. You don't really notice it. We should have revisited.
Slightly darker.
Utilities are all together?
No.
Okay, so the city made us do that. I had intended to place these back at the jog, but the hydro said no. You have to have it within a meter of the front wall.
Well, it does. But we wouldn't have done it if we couldn't have had 4 separate titles, because we wanted each of our children to be homeowners. That was
that equity and that
yeah,
have
and
their own.
to be living on the ground with no maintenance fees. That was absolutely.
When did your mom move in?
She moved in 2019, and actually my dad had passed away from dementia 3 weeks earlier. And they were living in a senior's place. And then he just naturally passed away just before the month when she would move in. And so she was so happy.
15-minute walk.
Yeah, exactly. So
I have to show you my dishwasher.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's built in.
Everything is, there's nothing that I need. Everything is here.
yeah, she does her own cooking.
You have a full-size oven. It's huge.
Yeah, and yeah, she cooks and then the fridge. Her fridge is much neater than mine. She was always
Is the freezer full?
She's just naturally tidy, so.
There's absolutely nothing I need. I am just so well looked at.
She does her own laundry.
It's absolutely nothing that I don't need. Everything I need is here. It's just perfect. And you know the best thing is there's grab bars in the bathroom, just in the right place. Because I'm 94. Here's this one built in, and then there's this one. And this is another thing.
She has the mirror there, so it doesn't have to be on the wall until she needs it, right? So this is her bedroom, and
This is another thing that is so handy because there's no clothes closet. So
it feels pretty spacious because of the high ceilings. I think that's a main thing about it.
Do you go upstairs?
No.
No.
not unless I have to.
Yeah. So that's so this is a little bedroom here. She has used it for guests, but when my daughter moves in, then they would want a 3rd bedroom for their family, right? So that they already are married with a little kid, yeah.
Oh, because this is your daughter's home.
Yeah, she owns it, but she lives in a co-op with her husband. So the great thing is she can pay rent. Yeah, and then this is the 3/4 bath up here as well. And my daughter has come to stay here when she's visiting from Nashville. She has stayed here. So
she stays with her grandmother.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. It's but I mean it's so wonderful to have her living here because we don't have to go anywhere. Like, I mean, one time she fell and broke her arm, and I was right here to take her to the hospital. So she really enjoys it.
Is there a reason why it wasn't bigger like the back house? Could you have made this bigger?
No, they wouldn't have let us. They wanted 2 separate sizes because at the time when we built it, this was not allowed, right? Mm-hmm. So instead of making it a laneway house that's just on the same title, they said, okay, if you want separate titles, one has to be smaller than the other so that, I don't know, they had this idea of appealing to different demographics. But then I talked to them on the planner on Saturday to say, how difficult would it be to extend this out and put a wall up and make a third bedroom? And they said it shouldn't be a problem because we're not changing the outside of it. And the reason we made it low to the street to begin with is we wanted to sort of mirror the houses across the street so it fit in with the neighborhood as much as possible, right?
Did you expect ever to live in the same property as your family, like multi-generate?
Yeah, it's these two. They're so clever.
I asked my sister when we were building this, what do you think of the idea of Mom living in one of them? And she said, oh, that would be fantastic, because otherwise, when she used to live in the seniors thing, we both had a bit of a drive to see her. And there was always something. And
it was really expensive too.
Yeah, it was very expensive. And this is, so this
is a fraction of the price, probably.
Oh, absolutely. Like it's win-win. She always says, I'm so happy to live here. I'm surrounded by people who love me and I have support, but she is private. She likes her independence too. She actually goes for walks with her walker around, like it takes her about 15 minutes. There's a little walkway there behind the houses. Yeah. And so it takes her about 15 minutes, but that's how she keeps up her strength. So, wow. Yeah.
Were driveways required?
Oh, yes. We had to have two. I mean, these are two. It was a stretch. 2 small cars can fit here, 2 small cars at the back. And yeah, it's a stretch. But like I say, they were if we could justify them on the ground, on the basis that they will fit, then they went ahead and approved it. You know, it's surprising that even with all the paving, you know, a little bit of landscaping makes all the difference.
When we first got involved, early days, we thought, a couple years. Well, no, it took a little while, but we, as soon as the design started to come together, it was just, we could see, wow, our own little, almost single-family home in a private neighborhood with our own 4 walls, 3.5 walls, we'll call it, a little shared party wall. You know, it's 1,500 square feet of total living space, huge, but it's also, you take for granted that, you know, when you have a normal house format, you've got a lot of utility space and kind of extra, but it all had to fit in a 500 square foot floor plate. And so having things you need, no garage, you got to fit everything in the different nooks and crannies, and then still make it interesting and inviting. Just enough to get us, you know, we've got the space we need.
We put a gate in at the end here so that I can just pull the car up, close it, and then I can kind of keep the door open and keep an eye on them. And then they play.
But this is how it used to be. People living like this. Lots of generations in one place, you know?
The 4 walls are, you know, separate enough, private enough that you have that independence, but you're not isolated.
Yeah, it really is. We call it the compound.
Yeah, the compound. I think that can't be overstated. I lived here all my life. My parents have. We're used to it. Caitlin, she's my wife, so she's not family. She's not coming in bloodline, right? And so this is where we had to have privacy so that people feel comfortable if they join the commune, I guess.
Commune or compound?
Let's call it a compound. Compound it's a compound. So one of the biggest things is the 9-foot ceiling to make it so that even it's a small floor plan. And then the biggest thing is the kitchen and the living dynamic to make sure that we have enough space for everything. And with the boys especially, you know, play areas and making messes and, okay, Ollie, come on in. Oopsie, Gabe. So this was the exercise in space.
Wow, but that's a great space saver.
You can already see keeping things light and airy off the ground. You can see wall mounted and you know, high enough that we can clean under it easily. But the kitchen setup with the living room, that was quite the exercise to fit it all in. There's really no compromise, but it has enough of a separation between the spaces. I would say after this typical kitchen setup, we have a little garbage nook, and then also the microwave in the island, and just having enough room for keeping this open and airy. This is where all of the space saving happens. So we have a little mini pantry, behind this wall, a little powder room, and then over here, obviously, the stairs, and then closet. Upstairs, there's a bathroom. It's all one big stack of utility to fit it all in one corner so that the rest of the plan is living, kitchen, enough space for 2 boys for now.
When John first designed it, he actually had the powder room coming out this way with the peninsula. And of course, me, like, I need an island. So we ended up pushing the bathroom this way. And then I realized I have no pantry space. So because the toilet's on this side of the bathroom, we just pushed this wall in a little bit. My pantry.
It's not that deep, but you fit a lot.
When we designed all of this, I actually measured a cereal box. I was like, it has to fit a cereal box.
Just fits.
The one big thing with this is because we maximize the floor area, we're within about 1 meter of the side lot lines. And so that's the other big thing with all of this is following the BC building code. And so, you know, having a little bit of flexibility is nice, but we still have to stay within the requirements. So in fact, the sidewalls have to be fully fire rated and no openings. And that's why they're opaque, you know, by code.
But it works. We're not looking at someone's window.
Yeah, that's true. And then we kind of make it work with windows looking elsewhere.
Even the views. From here, you actually sort of just see out, you see a lot of green, and you have to actually come around to sort of see the other house. You have to be in the corner to get that full house view.
That's a good point. Powder room, call it a stall, whatever you want, but it is plenty. You don't need much else.
With the smallest possible sink, right?
And in fact, and CSA compliant. The mechanical ducts run up all the way up to the attic. The heat and cooling for the upper floor is in the ceiling, and the heat and cooling for this floor is in the floor below, and it avoids having bulkheads.
They wanted a bulkhead right here. And I was like, no.
The other big thing is the height limitation for the development. So you'll notice the slightly shorter basement just to make it fit. And so this is the slightly shorter basement, and this is the bulkhead that we talked about. But that was big to get it so that we had a nice flat ceiling on the main floor, and then also not going too deep for the basement that we would need a sump pump. So this is actually still gravity drained. So that's why we didn't want to go too deep with the basement, and it saved us lots of money and headache. This is the toy.
There's a lot of toys tucked away down here.
It's just a normal shelf, and then I added to mount it to the wall again to keep it open.
So we've got baskets and.
Oh, I like the basket thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Helps to keep things clean.
Wow, everything.
More storage, yeah.
Yeah, everything has storage.
Everything.
Oh, yeah. Even this couch here, we've got some extra storage that we usually have blankets in here, so.
Well,
whose office is this?
This is mine. Floating shelves. I fit it, nothing custom. It's all just off the shelf and then adapted to the millimeter. And just happened to fit in here. And then my utility closet. This is essentially all the different things that make it easier without owning a garage. It's a mess, but I love it. So, hot water, heating and cooling. We did this intentionally to squeeze as much as I could in here.
Micro garage and storage.
Yeah, a little freezer as well. So.
Incoming dishes! Doc! Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease and grime in half the time.
Yeah, it absorbs grease 5 times faster. Even replaces multiple cleaning products.
Ooh, those suds got game.
Dawn Power Wash, the better grease getter.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like booking the right rental car. Where's the rest of it?
Did you forget we had kids?
A friendly game staying friendly. Yo, chill, man.
It's a bank loan.
Or being alone during alone time. Yeah, that's not guaranteed. You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Your hair. How'd you do that so fast? Batiste. Saves time so I can do more. French. Let's go. Beach club? That was a big thing.
One more little fun thing down here.
Germany drops a historical bombshell. Black Israelites exposed.
History is the fabric of...
The largest grant I received is $146,000 at one time. A six-figure grant hit my account, and this particular grant...
Hi, I'm Ashley.
And I'm Jonathan.
We are team so far.
The public's elected representatives, the President, the House, and the Senate, decide what happens, as opposed to a large, unelected bureaucracy. But you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy.
The Inspector General at the U.S. Agency for International Development released a report showing the negative impact of cuts that have been sweeping at that agency. NBC News has obtained a letter showing President Trump has now fired that Inspector General. One area where the
when the Kalamazoo police were called out to a student apartment building on a spring night in 2018, they believed they were responding to a report like any other. A Western Michigan University student, 24-year-old Anaya Mack, had been out of touch with friends for a few days. It was unusual behavior, though police found no signs of foul play, just oddities around her home that no one could explain. That is, until an unexpected encounter outside of her home that broke the case wide open and uncovered a shocking secret in the young student's life that no one saw coming. Hi there, I'm Kevin, and welcome to Just Thought Lounge. Today's case begins with a routine, albeit worrying, police response to a potential missing persons report. But after that, it does not unravel in a way anyone is expecting. Let's take a look. In the early morning hours of Thursday, June 28, 2018, officers from the Kalamazoo Police Department responded to a call at the Hunter Ridge Apartments in West Michigan. The complex is composed of a multi-story, multi-unit apartment building with a parking lot. The building is off-campus housing. All of the residents are local college students. Officers were there to look for 24-year-old Anaya Mack, a psychology major studying at Western Michigan University. No one had heard from Anaya since the previous Sunday. Naya, as she was known by those close to her, was a social butterfly, always active and engaged in a range of activities. In high school, she was an honor roll student on the Students' Council, in the Health Occupations Association, the marching band, the concert band, varsity cheerleading, volleyball, and softball. In college, she still sang in the church choir and danced with the WMU all-girls dance group. To be out of contact with so many friends for even a few hours, certainly several days, was extremely uncharacteristic of Anaya. Good friend LaQuenta Watson phoned police in Kalamazoo. She told them that she usually spoke with Anaya every day. When she hadn't heard from her after a couple of days, she grew suspicious. Calls went straight to voicemail. Her suspicions grew when she went to Anaya's new job at the Great Lakes Alternative Research Center, where she worked with autistic children. They told her that Anaya had failed to report to work 2 days in a row. She had only landed the position 3 months prior and was thrilled to have found the role. There was no way she would choose to blow off work unless something serious had occurred. Childhood friend Dominic Thomas met with police at the apartment building. After speaking with Anaya's mother, Loretta, in Louisiana, as well as LaQuenta, all three had grown increasingly concerned over their inability to reach her.
It's unlikely to just not answer her phone, it sounds like. If anything is going on, I'm like pretty much the only person that she has here besides her family. But like me and her, we have been best friends for 24. I'm only 24, but we have been best friends our entire being, basically.
I got friends like that.
And it's driving me real crazy that if anything was going on, she would call me. If nobody, she would call me. I know for a fact.
She has any medical issues?
No.
No psychological orders?
Does she take any medication for anything?
As of right now, not to my knowledge.
Does she ever have any drug abuse issues?
No.
I mean, we're not talking marijuana, that's almost legal, like harder stuff than that.
Officers learned that Anaya owned a white 2008 Malibu, which they spotted in the parking lot without a license plate. In a spot nearby was a second, nearly identical vehicle. That second Malibu had Anaya's plates attached, but was registered to a man named Gustavo. Both vehicles had 2 flat tires, and neither appeared to be drivable. There was a light on inside her apartment, and it appeared there was a television on, though no one was answering the door.
Is that roommate's room with the TV play? So, he's working on getting the phone number for roommate right now.
6-1. Did you hear what I found out about the plates? Her car, her Malibu in the corner, the plates missing off of it. I found it on another Malibu, a couple spots down. It's not registered to her, which is kind of strange.
Somebody swapped the plates on the cars?
Yeah. There's a white Malibu that comes back to her by the VIN. No plate. The plate that belongs on it is on another Malibu. A few spots down, another white Malibu. Somebody else's name.
Gustavo fellow?
Yeah.
Hi, is this Cora? Cora, this is Anaya's best friend. Are you at home? Anaya has been missing for 2 days, to my understanding. I drove all the way here from Muskegon because yes, because the police are here as well.
Is she up there?
She's coming here. Okay, thank you.
Dominic told officers that Anaya had some issues in the past with her boyfriend, 25-year-old Donovan Lewis. Donovan, or Donnie as friends called him, was a former community college basketball player and YMCA lifeguard. He had recently returned to Kalamazoo after a short stay with his brother in Indianapolis. There, he had interned at a multimedia company, though now that he had returned to Michigan, Donovan had taken whatever job he could find. For the last week and a half, he had been working the night shift as a janitor at a large local manufacturing firm.
Have there been any issues with them that you know of?
Yeah. There's been several occasions that they went back and forth and had arguments. I know one time the police was called.
Say they ever escalate the violence, really?
He threw water on her several times. He took off in her car when she came out. She was getting ready to talk to him. He rolled her arm up in the window like to drag her down the street.
When Cora arrived to let the search party into the apartment, she told officers Lockett and Libretto that it was common for her and Anaya not to cross paths for days at a time. They had been assigned as roommates less than a year earlier, an assignment made by the organizers of the student building.
When's the last time you were here before?
This morning, I came back from work around like 6 and I went to the movies and I came back here.
When's the last time you saw her?
Not before Saturday. I left home for graduation. I graduated Saturday.
Okay.
And then this is her room right here. But someone was here today because they turned on the air and they put some clothes in the washer. When I was gone, like I thought maybe she came.
Have you seen her boyfriend around here?
I haven't seen anybody, honestly. But I left for the weekend, so I thought maybe she just went home. But I really haven't seen her.
Nothing looks out of ordinary in here. Obviously, boyfriend probably this thing.
We're going to go check mom's boyfriend's mom's place. Do we have a number, phone number for boyfriend?
I don't know if there's roommate. Probably one in the Highlands too, or from him.
Yeah, let's check with the roommate, see if she's got something.
Okay.
Like when she was going somewhere, she would definitely pack her makeup. That's here. This looks like what would be her purse. A bag that she do her hair stuff with. That's here. Like I'm just like, what the fuck?
There was little sign of Anaya inside. A cursory search revealed no evidence to suggest that she might be in danger. But there were oddities. The bathtub in the bathroom used by Anaya was full of water, as if she had drawn a bath but never taken it.
Can you ask her if she used the bathtub in here? Hey, Jerry.
So?
Can you ask her if she uses the bathtub? It's like full of water.
As Cora noted, someone aside from herself had been in the home. Someone had turned on the air conditioning unit and started a load of laundry. In the washer were men's clothes and 2 teal bathroom rugs. There were no mats in the bathroom that Anaya used, the one with the full tub of water.
Yeah, somebody definitely came in today, for sure. Because when I left there, it wasn't on.
Does her boyfriend ever come over here and do any laundry or anything?
Yeah, they always do laundry together.
Okay.
So it's not like out of the ordinary.
Does he have a key?
I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. Like somebody was scared because I don't think he has a key. Usually, if he's coming, like I'll leave the door unlocked. Like if I know he's here, or like she'll leave the door unlocked.
Many of Anaya's personal belongings that she would have with her to travel were located in her bedroom. There was also the unexplained situation with the 2 Malibus she had been driving. Neither appeared to be roadworthy. If Anaya had voluntarily left home, how was she traveling?
I think it's just a little fishy. This is the only person we haven't talked to.
Yeah, so why she's gonna end up calling in the morning?
I hope so. Where the hell's she been at though? Both of her cars are here. Boyfriend has no car. Her best friend, her parents, her god sister, her pastor, she's been at work.
And from what other people have said, has the boyfriend been around her the last couple of days?
Well, he claims he hasn't seen her since Sunday either.
What about talking with her?
Yeah, I need to get that from him.
Yeah, so she's been missing since Sunday?
Yeah, that's the last time I saw her.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Officers left the apartment with different impressions of the severity of the situation. They had failed to find any obvious signs of foul play, but there was a lot that was not right about the situation.
Do you think this is an actual? Like an actual missing person?
Well, nobody knows where she's at right now. She's missing.
Like, okay, well, I mean, like...
Do I think that she's endangered? No. Absolutely not.
Okay.
We've got nothing to lead us to believe that she's endangered other than the fact that the boyfriend was an asshole at one point.
Is that just a dispute that you were talking about, or like a DV?
DV, but they didn't find it.
It was... I don't know. There's still somebody coming and going from the apartment. That's the weird part.
Yeah.
The roommate hasn't seen her in almost a week and doesn't think anything of it.
Donovan Lewis had been unreachable. What they knew from Donovan had been relayed to them via Anaya's friends who had spoken with him. Both Dominic and LaQuenta said that Donovan had also been trying to reach Anaya unsuccessfully since Sunday. Officer Libretto tracked down an address for his mother's home, which was subsequently visited. No one came to the door. After failing to locate Donovan at his mother's home, Anaya's good friend and godsister, LaQuenta, contacted Officer Lockett once again. This time she informed him that she knew Donovan was finishing his janitorial shift at Stryker, the medical equipment company, at 3:30 a.m. He would be returning to Anaya's apartment. Officers Aday and Lockett returned to the Hunter Ridge apartments once more that night to seek him out. Cora and Dominic had left. There was no answer at the door.
I guess we'll wait outside for a little bit, see if he shows up. I just feel like you'd be a little bit more concerned if your girlfriend's missing, don't you think? That's the one person who hasn't talked to or something like that. So this is the other thing I thought was weird, but I think this is complete fraud. That down here, the white car is actually hers, but they're both on flats. So this car has not moved recently.
What the fuck?
I know, this is a weird one, I'm telling you.
person that you're talking to, what is that?
That's her god sister, like her other best female friend.
The guy she.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I tried to speak to mom. I gotta call mom back. Apparently, she just called me back. Her other male best friend, who I think he's, on the other side of the fence. He hasn't seen her, heard from her. Her roommate hasn't seen her, heard from her since Friday because she was out of town all weekend.
What about, you got any friends for this suspect? The boy?
We haven't got that far yet to get into his friends.
Yeah. I feel like this should almost just be detectives.
Yeah. I definitely think this is detective worthy, like now. Because I think something fishy is going on here.
Damn, dude.
Something fishy. There could be nothing. Maybe she's out with a new boyfriend, but why would she completely cut off everybody, all her best friends?
The officers were standing in front of their cruiser and discussing their concerns over the case when things took an unexpected turn. A man wearing a black t-shirt, khaki shorts, and a backpack approached them from the front left side of the cruiser in the dark.
What's going on, sir?
Take me here. We talk about it on the way. Just tell me now. I'll kill my girlfriend. 6160. Can you come to the apartment, please? Where is she? Her old boyfriend. He's reporting at 10:35. Where is she?
Silver Creek.
Where at?
He's married. Dispatch.
You got any weapons on you, John?
I don't have anything.
You get pat down on them. Alright, I gotta read some stuff to you real quick, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you before and during any questioning. If you want a lawyer, we can have one. Tell me from the beginning what's going on.
I'm in Indianapolis. I'm not for long. Shouldn't pay rent.
Hey, give me 1 second, okay? 612.
6 here, car note. So, 6 my understanding.
That's your clear my last traffic. We got one in custody.
Fantastic. When I got back in town about a week ago, or 3 weeks ago, on the 16th, I found out, I went to her phone, and I found out they were messing around. I tried to get over it. I told her it's okay. I understand what you did. I respect that you took care of yourself. And we move forward. And we had a great couple weeks. And recently, Sunday, we had an argument about, because I just moved back, so I don't have a job. I don't have the money. The week before, Sunday, or maybe 2 weeks, I don't know, she told me, you're not doing enough. I told her I could call my dad, ask for some help, and whatever, and she just raced past me and told me all of the shit, told me everything about me. Alright. Sunday came.
Let's have a seat in the back of my car open. Yep. Hey, sit tight, okay? So he's straight up admitted to it, everything. He said she's out in the river on the east side of the city somewhere.
East side of the city?
Yeah. What do you say, East Main or something? He told me, he didn't tell me that much yet. They haven't gotten that far. Okay.
Donovan Lewis was happy to keep talking, though officers preferred to have detectives assigned before they took the interview any further. As they placed Donovan formally under arrest and in the back of a cruiser, he continued to provide scattered details. Officer Libretto arrived back on scene to find that the case that seemed to be only a possible missing persons minutes earlier was now a homicide.
Is she in trouble on these cars?
No. He told us that he's in Creeks on the east side. I think maybe on the east side of Kalamazoo.
Well, that took a twist.
Yeah, I'm thinking that way at all.
Officer Lockett was now the point of contact. He drove Donovan to the station and continued to make small talk with him while they awaited the arrival of detectives.
If he chooses to spontaneously utter things after the fact, then that's him. Okay? You've already told him twice now. And then, you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk, those kind of things. Okay? When you go back in, move his chair to the other side of the table. Okay? Okay? And just tell him, I don't want you in that corner. Like, you're closer to me. My sergeant's going to know about safety.
So stay where I'm at.
Stay where you're at. Keep him, put him over in that little corner so we can see him.
Okay.
But other than that, you're doing great, man. Just keep up with the small talk.
When Lockett got Donovan talking, the 25-year-old made some surprising accusations. He explained that after going through his girlfriend's phone, he discovered inappropriate text messages from her pastor. He believed that the two were physically involved. He further claimed that since Anaya had been struggling financially, that she had been blackmailing the pastor while Donovan was out of state. The pastor had been paying her rent, her phone bill, and given her the second Malibu to drive.
What's been going on?
Just had a rough week. Last week, the car had the pastor mounted. Back tire went flat.
Oh, is that what happened?
It was a slow week, so we had to keep refilling it. On Sunday, when I found the lighthouse, she wanted to go to church. She went outside, the front tire was flat.
Think somebody's doing it? Or you think the car's just old and the tires are bad, or what?
I don't know. Found out that whatever she got going on with the pastor.
Oh.
And when she got the car, she told me the mechanic came to pick her up, and she told me, you know, she got a new car, we got a loaner car from the church. Recently, she told me, I kind of gave her, I told her I want to have a sit down with her, because he ended up picking her up and apparently threatened her.
The pastor threatened her over the car, or why?
Because she was using them. She told her she would tell her. And he said, you can't do this to me.
How was he using her? Like they had a relationship or something going on, you mean?
I went to the farm.
Who's her pastor? Which church she goes to?
Second Baptist, Raging Brother Bus Station.
Okay.
Pastor Strickland.
An argument had broken out at Anaya's apartment that Sunday, prompted in part by the ongoing tensions caused by her relationship with her pastor, Strickland, of the Second Baptist Church. The pastor, who was married, was also the local president of the NAACP. Anaya began attending his church at the beginning of that year.
And I went through her phone. She tussled with me about her phone. She died on her phone. Kind of got in like a fetal position with all her knees in her hands and saw that as a pastor. I saw what he said. And, you know, she kind of just gave up and gave her the phone. And all the time she laughed and grinning. When she gave her the phone, she was grinning and laughing. Because she know, okay, if I do make that accusation, she could have that reaction that she had. Just think about that after we find out it's fucked up.
Upon the arrival of detectives, Donovan Lewis offered a full written confession to the murder. Donovan wrote that Anaya's Malibu had continued to get flat tires. The pastor had paid to have the tires mended at least once. Strickland then offered her the second Malibu, which he claimed to own, for her use. It too began getting flats and became unserviceable. The pastor began coming by the apartment more and more frequently to collect Anaya. Earlier in the year, she had taken an all-expense-paid trip with him and other choir members to the pastor's native Mississippi. According to Donovan, Anaya had admitted to him that she was using the relationship as leverage. After threatening to expose the relationship to his wife and others, Donovan claimed that Strickland had threatened Anaya. Around the same time he dropped off the Malibu for her to drive, she had allegedly said that the pastor made it clear that he was willing to hurt her. That Sunday, Donovan had been drinking. Anaya was running a bath. He claimed to be drunk and exhausted from lack of sleep, having stayed up all night going through her phone. One text from Pastor Strickland in particular had him incensed. The two began to argue. Anaya told him that she wanted him to leave for good. She got out one of his suitcases and began packing his belongings into it. That is when Donovan said he struck her, rendering her unconscious. He said that he then went into the kitchen, got a large knife, and returned to the bedroom, and slit her throat and stabbed her. He admitted that he then put a garbage bag over her head and put her into the suitcase. He placed the suitcase in a dumpster outside of the visitor parking. The next day, in the dark, he retrieved it. Driving his mother's van, he drove out to Comstock Creek on East Main past Sprinkle Road. He left Anaya in a deep stream off of the creek, weighing the suitcase down with mud so it would sink toward the bottom of the water.
He walks into a room and you know it's Naya, like all eyes are on Naya. Like it's just always been like that. She was supposed to start summer school yesterday and it's just like heartbreaking to hear like how it happened. She didn't deserve it. She always said, if something happened to me, I don't want everybody to be sad. I don't want nobody to wear black. I want everybody to be in bright colors. Trust me, I've been crying, but that ain't what she wants. She wants us to be as happy as possible and give her the best homegoing we can.
Investigators questioned some details provided by Donovan. In particular, they expressed some doubt over how the murder transpired, based on the lack of blood in the apartment. Responding officers failed to identify any signs that a stabbing had taken place. Upon closer inspection, however, small but identifiable stains were discovered in the hallway, on the edge of Anaya's bed, and on the bedroom carpet. Cleaning products already inside the unit had been used to clean other surfaces. Donovan had disposed of a mattress cover in the apartment dumpster, which had already been collected by the time law enforcement reached it. He had placed the bath mats in the washing machine and disposed of his own clothing at his mother's home. Anaya's personal belongings, her purse, ID, and bank cards, were thrown away in a bin near to his workplace. Only portions of this evidence was ever recovered. The physical evidence was not the only aspect of his story that the detectives sought to verify. Pastor Strickland told the Kalamazoo police that Anaya Mack was simply a member of his congregation and the church choir. He was not having a relationship with her. Indeed, when pressed by detectives, Donovan conceded that Anaya had never actually admitted to an affair with the pastor, only that she was allegedly manipulating him for financial gain. Strickland stated that Anaya had recently traveled with him to Mississippi for a choir trip. While she was there, she met a young man with whom she was interested, and they started a relationship. He stated that since she had a boyfriend in Kalamazoo, she was hiding the relationship with the young man in Mississippi. According to Pastor Strickland, Anaya was doing this by hiding this young man's contact info in her phone under his name. He stated she did this so if her boyfriend saw the phone, he would think it was the pastor contacting her and would not be suspicious. Roughly a month after the pastor gave his statement to police, he contacted them once again. He wanted the 2008 white Malibu returned to him. The issue was that he seemed unable to prove that it was properly purchased. Strickland claimed that the car was his wife's, Jasminique's, vehicle. He had purchased it from a man, presumably named Gustavo, but had no title or bill of sale.
Hello, I'm looking to speak with Pastor Strickland.
This is he.
Hi there. This is Sergeant Charles Trepp at Kalamazoo Public Safety. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. How about you, sir?
Not too bad, sir. I got a voicemail message from Chief Boyson saying that you had some questions about an automobile.
Yes, sir. One of the automobiles that was taken related to the Anaya Mack murder.
Yes, sir.
One of those vehicles belonged to my wife.
Okay.
And we are trying to recover it. We had actually misplaced the title prior to going out of town. Okay. And Anaya had reached out to us while we were out of town and told us that she had found the title.
Okay.
And that the title was supposed to be in the console, which I had looked in the console, I know, 20 times. But anyway, she said that the title was folded up really small. So I'm thinking that this is going to be the car that you all find. It's the one that doesn't have any tinted windows or any rims on it. It's just factory.
Okay.
And in the console, you should find, I'm hoping that she didn't take it out or put it anywhere. You should find the title in the console. Like I said, I don't know how much information that the guy had filled out on the title because he gave me like a bill of sale, which had all the information on it.
Yes.
But I misplaced that and the title.
Yeah, I know how that goes.
Attention shoppers, want to spend less? Go to Aldi. They're #1 in everyday low prices.
Boom, baby. eBay. Things people love.
Ownership of the car was never proven, and it was not returned to the pastor. This would be the least of the pastor's issues, however, when later that year he was accused by 3 teenagers in his church of sexual assault. He and his wife stood accused of using their positions in the church and at a local school to coerce teens into their bed. One victim reported feeling unable to refuse the pastor's advances because he really needed the use of the car that the pastor was lending him.
Pastor Strickland is here. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's been here throughout this. He remains pastor at Second Baptist.
3 different things: 19 for sex, CSC, and pandering. Can Mr. Strickland or did someone respond?
No, and no. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Didn't do it, didn't do it, didn't do it.
But given your role at the church, is it typical for you to give teens, boys in the community money?
Well, there are a lot of programs through the church that help kids out.
But does Pastor Strickland personally give kids money himself?
I don't know of any situation where that has happened.
The Michigan State Police investigation into Strickland and his wife found that the alleged assaults took place between
This nigga ended up going to prison for fucking with kids. Using that car as ass bait. You can drive this car right here, but you're going to have to give me some.
In May 2018, text messages and screenshots of photographs taken from the victims' cell phones supported their claims against Strickland. In February 2023, a plea agreement was reached. He admitted to using a vehicle to solicit prostitution. The pastor was sentenced to 1 year in prison.
That is, during that time within the county, did you knowingly offer to sell transportation services to TH and or TJ that facilitated travel for the purpose of engaging in what would be a violation of the laws governing prostitution?
Yes.
In a lengthy sentencing statement, the pastor continued to deny his guilt, explaining that accepting the plea was simply in the best interest of his family.
I'm not here today to be pious and to pretend as though I am innocent and without fault. However, I am not guilty of what I was accused of. I am glad that the 10 most heinous charges were dismissed, and eventually the prosecutors, with their backs against the wall, made a deal that I believe was too good of a deal to put my family through the risk of going through a trial. And I know that they'll use their imps in the media to try to pretend that they won in some way, or that this is some win for the prosecutor's office. This is not a win for the prosecutor's office, and it's certainly not a win for the cause of justice.
Donovan Lewis agreed to lead Kalamazoo police to the location at Comstock Creek where he had left Anaya.
It's a little bit sloped right there. Now, Donovan, did you have her on this side of the guard real quick? In a suitcase, or did you bring her all the way down here?
All the way down.
All the way down here? Okay, so you wheel her in the suitcase all the way down here? Okay. Can you park back up by where the SUV is? And how do you where the white truck is? 10 feet that way. And how do you get her in the water? You just threw her in the suitcase into the water. Okay, and this is the right spot? Okay, where do you want these guys to go? Straight. Straight down?
Switch sides. The sun's not in my
Sure, no problem.
An accomplished swimmer, Donovan had taken Anaya in the suitcase further down the creek and into the deeper, muddy water. Searchers were unable to wade into the stream and instead took a rescue boat.
We're on camera, guys.
Yeah, we're on camera.
Where are we headed? In there.
Well, I don't think we're going to get in there. Okay, we're on camera.
Body camera.
We're on camera.
All right. Well, are we going to be able to get this thing back there, Terry?
No, we're looking to try to somehow get the rope for you guys, and then you're going to try to carry it out.
Yeah.
Here's a rope bag. Tie that off on the boat.
Yeah. Oh, that's a powerful rope.
0920 hours, we have connected to the suitcase evidence.
All right. Would you want to get it closer? You guys open confirm already? Yeah. Was that recorded?
Yeah, that's recorded. Yep. It just buzzed, but it was just a 4-minute buzz or whatever.
Okay. Now, when we get out, do we want to take that off in the back? So we're not backing up upstream? Turn around. I think all the way out, and then probably hand the rope back to some of them back. Yep. I'll tie off. All right. We're almost back out in the stream.
Hey, that tag is loose sitting on top of there.
Going back it's just laying there.
Tag? What tag?
The luggage tag?
Luggage tag.
Oh, okay. Okay.
John, you want to pass?
Yep.
Can you get that, Mark? You got it? And then I'll...
After recovering the suitcase from the water, investigators continued to search the small channel for the murder weapon, the black-handled butcher knife that Donovan had used. He stated that he had stuck it into the side of the creek very close to the suitcase. After removing several feet of vegetation, however, searchers were still unable to locate it. The recovery had been successful nonetheless. Anaya's family was able to lay her to rest.
Giving to other people, being about other people, was her legacy. It is her legacy, and that's what we want people to focus on.
We got a lot of love for everybody. Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Oh, God.
Anaya was a person about other people. Naya was about, mental health awareness. She was about autism research. She loved kids.
3 days before Donovan Lewis was meant to stand trial for first-degree murder, he was in the recreation yard at the Kalamazoo County Jail playing soccer with a handful of fellow inmates. After about 30 minutes of recreation time, he abruptly stopped kicking a soccer ball and bolted towards the fence. Donovan scaled 2 15-foot walls, climbed over security fences, one topped with barbed wire and the other topped with razor wire. He then scaled a third fence separating the jail from the business loop. He was captured just over a half an hour later.
And it appears that he was able to just find a spot and get over it without injuring himself. The first level is a barbed wire fence. The second level is razor wire. The person in custody was able to get over both of those. Then they went over the barbed wire fence that contains the business loop of I-94, and the jail jumpsuit was found approximately 100 yards south of that spot.
Donovan later claimed that he was not trying to avoid punishment for the murder. He said that he feared for his family, whom he claimed had been receiving death threats. No evidence for this assertion was put forward. He pleaded guilty to the escape. Anaya's family was keen to avoid the trauma of a trial, and so in late 2018, the state agreed to offer Donovan Lewis a plea deal for second-degree murder.
I can't imagine the hurt that I've caused. I don't even know the beginning. I just want to say sorry to the family. That's all.
When I sentence you, Mr. Lewis, I balance the principles of punishment, rehabilitation, protection of society, as well as deterrence. Particularly, you being cooperative, taking full responsibility, not minimizing your role in this, and expressing a level of remorse. A decent education. There are a lot of good things here that you had developed over your life, Mr. Lewis, and you threw all of that out the window back on June 24th. Naya Mack didn't deserve any of these things. She didn't deserve to be hit to begin with. She didn't deserve to be put unconscious. She didn't deserve to be stabbed and murdered. And her body didn't deserve to be treated less than garbage. And all of that happened because of you, nobody else.
Donovan Lewis was sentenced to 25 to 40 years in prison. He was given an additional 17 months to 4 years for his escape from the county jail.
How do you feel now with the sentence?
I feel good because my sister is okay with the sentence, and so I'm okay with it.
You spoke about forgiveness, not wanting to take pain for pain, but hoping that he can live with what he's done. Can you talk about that?
Well, he had to live with it for the rest of his life. You know, whether he was sincere with what he said in the courtroom or not, he has to live with it. And I hope he can. And I meant that. I haven't forgiven him. My sister, I haven't. And in time, I'm sure I will, but not now. I'm not ready.
And talk about Anaya, because I remember when the story broke, everyone had beautiful things to say about her.
Clearly, she was one of the most loving people. She loved a monster, so that says a lot about her personality and her as a person.
I will keep your secrets. Just think of me on the pages in your diary.
Strickland served his brief sentence for the single felony count of offering transportation services for engaging in prostitution. It seems that he is now going by the name Dr. Floyd Strickland and is a pastor at the Galilee Baptist Church in Mount Olive, Mississippi. And that was the tragic case of Anaya Mack. Thank you for joining.
This don't motivate you, FBI looking.
I want to ask you a question, and that is, what is in your life's blueprint?
Oh, it's a boy. And it looks like he's gonna like Westerns. But what if Westerns aren't hot when he grows up?
He was born to love a Western, that's what everybody said. And what gave them that impression was his fleshy cowboy head. Fleshy cowboy head. Fleshy cowboy head.
Welcome to Tax Tips by TurboTax. So, what exactly is the child tax credit? The child tax credit.
Right now, we have multiple serial killers operating in the United States, without a doubt.
According to the FBI, those serial killers could be connected to dozens and dozens of unsolved murders.
Investigators are actively working to track them down by focusing in on a specific pool of suspects.
Jessica Schmidt explains what they're doing now to prevent another person from becoming a victim in this story from the Crime Vault.
Oh, yeah. In 2004, after noticing a pattern of murdered women being dumped along interstates, the FBI launched its Highway Serial Killings Initiative. The map you see behind me shows where bodies and remains have been found along highways in 500 cases over the course of 30 years. 20 years later, the FBI's work has led to several arrests and to hundreds of suspects. And today, investigators do believe most of those suspects are long-haul truckers. But they want to make it clear they're focusing in on a very small portion of them, as most truck drivers are innocent, hard workers, like a local man we talked to, Tim Reynolds. Tim Reynolds stepped into the trucking industry 35 years ago. Spending more than 2 decades on the road gave his passion a purpose.
Dad drove truck, grandparents drove truck, mom drives truck. Not only is it a family thing, it's a childhood dream.
Now a CDL training manager at Butler Tech, Reynolds is teaching the next generation how to safely steer a semi. While tough at times, it's a profession Reynolds describes as incredibly important.
If the trucking industry was to stop today, you would be completely out of everything in 3 days. Grocery stores would be empty shelves, gas stations without gas. So this is a constant moving, vital part of, this whole country.
Although the majority of the more than 3 million truckers in the U.S. are hardworking men and women dedicated to keeping the economy moving like Reynolds, the FBI believes there is a dark side to the business, thanks to a very small group of very bad people.
The number one profession for serial killers is long-haul trucker.
Federal investigators believe a handful of serial killers operating as long-haul truckers are likely responsible for 850 murders spread across multiple states and spanning decades. Former FBI Assistant Director Frank Figluzzi says the good news is many of those cases are now solved.
There are 25 long-haul truckers already in prison for multiple murders. There have been cases in the greater Cincinnati and the larger Ohio area.
John Fottenberry was working as a long-haul trucker when he murdered a Milford man in 1991. He was convicted and executed after investigators discovered he'd gone on a cross-country killing spree. But according to the FBI, there are still around 200 cases considered open and active.
Right now, we have multiple serial killers operating in the United States, without a doubt. The suspect pool for all of those within the trucking community is 450 suspects right now.
Determined to help narrow that down, Figluzzi, now retired, started investigating on his own. He researched, pulled data from the FBI's Highway Serial Killings Initiative, and traveled across the U.S. with the long-haul trucker to experience the lifestyle.
I rode flatbed, which is a different kind of very active physical trucking, with a very gracious driver who tolerated me for over 2,000 miles.
His work led him to a key conclusion. These killers are cold, calculated, and clever.
An 18-wheeler is a mobile crime scene. What do I mean by that? These killers are grabbing their victims in one jurisdiction, killing or raping them in a second jurisdiction, and dumping the body in a third jurisdiction.
The victims targeted by the killers are typically vulnerable women struggling with addiction. Many were sex trafficked before their deaths, Figluzzi says, either recruited online or spotted at truck stops and forced to live a life they couldn't escape. It's those details that add a layer of complexity to these cases.
Most of these remains have no ID on them, whether that's the trafficking victim deliberately not carrying ID or whether that's the trucker taking the ID to make it much harder. Sometimes taking the ID as a souvenir.
Survivors of sexual slavery shared their stories with him to help him better understand what the women being preyed on are going through.
I interviewed one woman who was a preacher's kid. I interviewed another woman who was a brilliant a bookkeeper who had a year of college. Commonalities, very often it's early childhood trauma in the form of unwanted touching, Very often it's early introduction to drug use in the form of marijuana, and then rapidly the drugs get harder as a series of really bad trauma develops in their family environment.
To protect the ongoing investigations, Figluzzi can't reveal details about the list of current suspects or the patterns they've recently uncovered. He did tell us the FBI is using company logs, gas station receipts, and other records to build timelines. And when they can, they're using forensic genealogical DNA.
Only about a tiny fraction of truckers who kill. The rest are family people trying to feed their families by giving us our food on our table.
For dedicated, innocent drivers like Reynolds, the FBI's data isn't just disturbing, it's disappointing.
It gives us, all drivers, a bad image with the general public. So it makes us all look bad. I would love to see them in, spend time behind bars, pay for your crimes, and let life move on.
While investigators work to eliminate suspects and identify the serial killers, Reynolds continues to train groups of aspiring truckers, encouraging them to not let anything deter them from focusing on the road ahead.
Don't drift away from a fantastic career because of somebody who's using the system and, hurting lives and things like that. It's a very rare instance, and it's not a common thing, especially in the trucks and stuff like that.
And it is important to reiterate that federal investigators believe most of the millions of truck drivers on our roads are good people who should not be feared. Figluzzi took everything he learned from the trucker he traveled with, the sex trafficking survivors he spoke with, and his own research and put it into a book called Long Haul: Hunting the Highway Serial Killers. He says he's donating a portion of the book's profits to organizations that help survivors of human trafficking and organizations that support truckers. You can learn more about the FBI's initiative and the Butler Tech trucking program on our website. There, we also have some safety tips directly from the FBI. Jessica Schmidt, Fox 19 Now.
You can watch all of our Crime Vault stories on our website or mobile news app. We also have a podcast called Cincinnati's Crime Vault Behind the Broadcast with Jessica Schmidt. A new episode is out now that includes Jessica's entire conversation with the former FBI Assistant Director.
My mantra is that every next level demands a different you, and Purdue Global is giving me an opportunity to prepare myself for that next level. This is my comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu.
It is President Trump's inauguration day, and we are so excited. We're celebrating here on
My business partner and I bought 22 rental units in only 18 months, and it only cost us $6,192. In today's video, I'm going to explain exactly how we did it, so you can do the same if you want. And just so you can see, here's a 6-unit apartment building I own. This is a 5-unit apartment building I own. And here's a 4-unit apartment building I own. And I have a couple more properties. But with that being said, let's dive into how we were able to acquire these with barely any money. And wait 1 second, there is a quick side note I do want you guys to be aware of. Me and my business partner own this 50-50. There is no other investors involved. We did not do any syndication.
With a freewheeling Q&A.
Some great news coming out of Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso has launched its first homemade electric car.
Elle offre un transport respectueux vis-à-vis de l'environnement. Ces véhicules 100% électriques allient innovation et modernité. Symbole de la vision de Itawa, la première marque burkinabé de véhicules électriques.
This electric car is a game changer, boasting an impressive range of 330 kilometers on a single charge of 30 minutes. This remarkable efficiency positions the car as a competitive player in the
I want to bring into this conversation.
A city councilman faces murder charges in Washington after police accused him of killing his much younger girlfriend.
Tried it yet? Millions have. Swabbing a cheek, sending in a sample, and unlocking the secrets of your family's past. But what if that test on Ancestry.com revealed even more?
It was freaky. I called the website and asked them to check my account because I thought I had been hacked and that somebody was playing a sick joke on me.
Well, maybe it's happened to someone you know. They get the online DNA results back and find ethnic backgrounds they didn't expect, or that Lady Gaga is their fifth cousin. It's fascinating enough, but that Spokane woman you just heard from found something much deeper. A family's secret buried for decades. KXY4's Melissa Luck reports on what happens when you go looking for family history and find family secrets are closer than you think.
Somewhere amid the bustle of everyday life, it is inherent in all of us a need to belong, to connect, and know where we came from. It's the basis for an entire booming business, DNA by mail.
I just wanted to know my heritage, what my ethnic background was.
Tracy Melton was born in Los Angeles and always knew she was different than her sisters. Two blue-eyed blondes, then her. Tracy's mother never gave her any details of her dad and their brief encounter.
What little information I was given was leading to a person who was no longer alive.
So she never set out to find a father, only to find what secrets might be hidden in her DNA.
Health reasons, wise, wanting to know, what cancer scares and stuff related to health issues I wanted to know.
So she swabbed for a sample, sent it off to Ancestry.com, and didn't expect her life to change forever.
We opened the email and it did the breakdown and it was really cool. Like 39% Great Britain and 17 Western European and 27% Native American. Then there was a link at the bottom that linked me to 673 relatives. And we were in shock. I clicked on the link and there it was. It said, Ronaldo Delgado, this is your parent or your child.
There it was. There he was. Back then, he was a firefighter in LA. Remember, that's where Tracy was born and lived until she was a teenager. She had gone looking for family history and found her father instead. And this is easily where this story could end. Finally, the life mystery solved and Tracy had a connection to someone. But really, it's where this story begins. Tracy reached out to Reynaldo Delgado. He got back to her, and when he did, well, you should hear it from him.
She said, hello? I think you're my father. And I said, what?
Then, a simple question.
I think I did ask her, where do you live? And she said, Spokane. And then, for a second, I thought it was a joke.
That's because 3 years ago, after a lifetime in Los Angeles, Ray and his wife wanted something new. They wanted to hike and fish and ski in 4 seasons. So despite having no connections, they came north to Spokane.
As it turns out, she lives 12 miles from me, and I never knew she existed.
You can see it now, can't you, in these pictures? That chin, those dimples, unmistakable. They met the next day after that initial phone call. 35 years was long enough.
She walked in. She did stick her hand out to me. And I looked at her hand and I started to, and then I said, well, you don't shake hands with your daughter? So we hugged, and it was very emotional.
From the very moment we met him, it was very comfortable. It felt natural. It's very hard to explain. It was like I never knew something was missing.
Now they make up for that lost time. They talk or text every day, have dinners together with Tracy and her kids. Ray has even met the man who raised Tracy, who she always considered her dad.
I just knew that as soon as I saw him, that I had to thank him for doing my job till I showed up.
It's strange, but it's a good strange.
because I know she's loved by him.
Their bond innate. The similarities go far beyond those trademark dimples.
Oh, we talk about things like what's our favorite ice cream, and we both love vanilla bean, and we both love corned beef hash.
And they both realize the miracle of all of this. What if Tracy and Ray had never done the DNA test? What if they did it, but with two different companies? They could have gone their lives never knowing. They could have stayed strangers, despite sharing the same air every day.
We'd probably pass each other at the mall.
Your eyes, your smile can change the rhythm of my heart. The winds of time can't dull your shine.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays for those who love family resorts and for those who do not. There we go. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
The question really should be, why do you celebrate Valentine's Day? Because when you look at these holidays, remember, we already spoke about Xmas. Go back and watch that. That's another holiday that is celebrated. And in that video, we pointed out that you have this thing where all throughout the year, there's a celebration that people get involved with. And a lot of the times, people don't really know what the origins are or why they do it. So you got Xmas, then you got the New Year, that's in January, then you got February. When you look at the word February, actually also ties into something called Lupercalia, which is how this month of February came in, because it was actually added to the calendar. But let's go into Valentine's Day. It's a pagan ritual. Most of the Christian celebrations that we have are related to paganism, which goes back to like Wicca and the Wicca religion. And it's like Valentine's Day is like the one day out of the whole year where everybody's like, oh, this is the time I'm going to show you that I love you. So all throughout the whole year, there's no real like care or love for some people, but Valentine's Day is like the day to show love. Phonetically, going that way, you can see that it's also evil phonetically, because this day can cause a lot of breakups, people getting upset. And even though the heart doesn't even look like this is the one day where everyone's supposed to show love. This Valentine's Day, the name Valentine comes from someone known as Saint Valentine. And Saint Valentine was somebody who, during that time of Claudius II, so we're dealing with Roman, because again, this ties into, they say romantic or romance, romantic. And the founder of Rome is supposed to be, if you know about like Greek and Roman mythology, you're dealing with Romulus and Remus. The story goes that these two children were found in a basket, and they were found and nursed by a she-wolf. And this is where the word Rome was founded by Romulus, because if you listen and check that out, Romulus actually killed his brother Remus. And so even though you say Valentine's Day, it's about celebrating love and, showing romance, we say Roman antics, right? Because Romans and the Greeks were actually well-known homosexuals. And I'm going to tell you why, because this ties into Claudius II, where the story of Valentine's Day really come into. But this is normally red, and you see the R, red heart, which relates to the blood, because these pagan holidays had a lot of blood rituals attached to them. I'm building this up so that we can go into why you give red hearts, you give chocolates, which all ties into lust. And if you don't give somebody a gift to show them that you love them, then that can actually cause breakups and stuff like that. And even people will give flowers. So flowers, where you kill life to give someone a gift to say that you love them. And this Saint Valentine's, he was apparently inspired by Cupid. Cupid is the god of love. What Valentine used to do, because Claudius II, a known homosexual, he believed that men were more productive if they were not married or they were single, right? So he preferred men to be single and not married, because he felt that if you were single, you'll be more productive and useful in wars. So he banned marriages. He banned marriages. And so what happened is that because St. Valentine's was inspired by Cupid, And I know there's a song most people might remember. I think it's a reggae song that's it goes. Which again doesn't really make sense. Why would you want Cupid to send a bow into your lover's heart for you? But these pagan rituals deal with blood and sacrifices and so on and so forth. So the red, there's actually a good movie here called World War Z. Let me put it up here. World War Z, right? Go and check that out, because if you look at it, the Z is actually in red. Father Christmas wears red. Valentine's Day is all about red because it deals with lust and the lowest chakra. And that deals with lust because it's a low vibration. And when you look at this Z, really, you're seeing three strokes, right? You're seeing three strokes, which can then be arranged in different ways. So like, for example, you could arrange this as the 1, 2, 3, which gives you 6 in Roman numeral, right? Which, if you can see phonetically, you can actually change the I with an E and you get sex. Because sex does relate to Valentine's Day and this whole love and love heart. But why all the red, right? And when you look at this Z, the Z is also an S, if you really look at it, which ties into the serpent, right? So the Z in the movie World War Z, it's relating to the beings from Zeta. That's what the Z is, Zeta, the Zeta Reticuli. These are the beings that people are seeing called the Greys that tie into the serpent that I'm mentioning. And even this book that goes into zigzag zig, it's really dealing with the fact that you can see how the origins of the religions, especially like the Nation of Islam, tie into Fard Abdul Ali Muhammad, to Noble Drew Ali, to W.D. Ford, then Sheikh Dawood, to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and then to his son, Wallace D. Muhammad, and now Malachi. So you can see that Z or Z, and it's about time to wake up instead of being tricked to move in zigzags. Look at the red again in the letter Z, and the fact that that movie World War Z is talking about the beings that when you're putting food into your body, you're burning it, the altar in your body is giving off a smell. So the food you eat actually gives off the smell, and in the movie these beings will only detect you by your smell. And this is why, in terms of eating meat, when you didn't give off that smell, they weren't able to harm you or see you. So this is why one of the reasons, again, we say don't eat the meat, because it ties into